Probably need to delete somebody. I can delete you.
Oh, yes. Pale blood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery. But where's an outsider like yourself to begin?
Hey, Willow.
Easy, with a bit of Yharnam blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
So the first thing we hear when we start the game, before we sign the contract, before we receive the blood ministration, is, oh yes, pale blood. Like, we came to Yharnam seeking pale blood in the first place. If you look in the background of the contract here, we can see the hunter's mark. So I used to be under the interpretation that we received the hunter's mark from the blood ministration, because that's when the doll and the messengers and that sort of stuff happens. But now I'm starting to wonder, if we came to Yharnam seeking pale blood in the first place, and we see the hunter's mark in the back of the contract, maybe it's the mark that compels us to seek pale blood in the first place. It's all a supposition, of course, because nobody really knows, but it's just interesting to think that maybe the reason why so many people come from outside of Yharnam to the city is because they have this notion in their head that they need to find a pale blood and unravel its mystery. Troubled childhood? Yup. There we go. The lore guy's gotta have the glasses. It's a prerequisite. Why do I hear like an echo? Whatever. Seems good.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
So there's that false pretense where we don't know whether the events we see throughout the game are real or not, because we might be led to believe that because of the transfusion, we're just experiencing some sort of nightmare while we're unconscious. But we'll come to find the truth out about that soon enough. So we receive the transfusion, and we see this kind of vision, I guess, about this wolf coming up from the blood. It approaches us and reaches out an invitation, only to be burned away. It's probably a pretty euphoric feeling, though, to be honest. Here we see the messengers for the first time. Inhabitants of the dream. And as our eyes close...
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
So yeah, here we are in Yharnam. Now Bloodborne is a little bit different from some of the other Soulsborne games that we've played. Usually, when you pick your starting class, it doesn't just determine your stats or anything, it determines your armor and your starting gear and your weapons. But if we look here, we don't even actually have a weapon. We just have our bare fists and our karate training. And apart from the clothes on our back, we also have the Hunter's Mark, where we sacrifice all blood echoes and awaken anew. The dangling upside-down rune etched in one's mind, symbol of a hunter. By focusing one's thoughts on this rune, a hunter loses all blood echoes but awakens afresh, as if it were all just a bad dream. So there's always an item where we lose our souls or our echoes, which are like a currency or our experience. But later on, we can get items that allow us to retain our echoes and revert back to a safe place. So this just takes you back to the previous checkpoint that you visited. But if you decide to use this, you'll lose your experience or progress along the way. So we start off with this item, but it's actually a rune that's etched into our mind permanently. We cannot unequip this. It's just something we always have. And in the background of the item, we can see the outline of the moon. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I must have been doing a Sekiro lore playthrough last time. Yeah, we can see the faint outline of a moon in the background, or some sort of, planet, but it's probably a moon. And you can also see that it says that it's a dangling upside down rune etched in one's mind. But when we're going through the game, we don't actually see this inverted anywhere. It only appears in this fashion. And we'll later on see evidence that the dangling upside down rune is supposed to represent a dangling upside down corpse, as we see throughout Old Yharnam, the Chalice dungeons, and a few other places like the Fishing Hamlet. Just Bloodborne things, Willow, just Bloodborne things. And apart from this item, we also have the clothes that we wear, the black hood, worn upon awakening to the nightmare of blood and beasts. Perhaps its wearer had to stay out of sight and travel by cover of darkness. Without memory, who will ever know? So not only does the blood minister, the guy in the wheelchair who gave us the transfusion, say that we may think it all a mere bad dream, but our clothes also refer to it as the nightmare of blood and beasts. If we had to cover our face and travel by cover of darkness, it's implied that we kind of came here in secret, I guess. Or maybe it could be also because if we're a foreigner, and Yharnam people do not like foreigners, maybe we wanted to conceal ourselves as an outsider. And this also implies that after we receive the transfusion and we wake up on the table, we seem to have lost some of our memory. Without memory, who will ever know? This lends into the vagueness of the story and the character that we play. But memory and our ability to properly recall things that we've seen or experienced before is another big theme in the game. Clothing worn upon awakening to the nightmare. Not typical clothing for Yharnam, perhaps it is of foreign origin. It is said, after all, the traveler came to Yharnam from afar. Bandages worn upon awakening, terribly worn and unsanitary. A faint memory recalls blood menstruation, involving the transfusion of unknown blood, not long after the nightmare began. So, this is another implication that it is because of the blood and that transfusion and this blood coursing through our veins now that causes us to see the stuff that we see. And nothing new on the foreign trousers, although they do be stylish as fuck. So yeah, Bloodborne is set in the Victorian Gothic era. So I guess like late 1700s, early 1800s, maybe earlier than that. And a lot of the stuff that we see in regards to how the place operates in a medical capacity is indicative of that era. There's worn and unsanitary scalpels and syringes all over the place, vials full of unknown medicines and sedatives and other stuff. And what would you know, the first door we run into does not open from this side. Just Soulsborne things. Hey. Hello there. You must be new. We got a note that we see in the first room in the game. It says, handwritten scrawl, seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. So, if receiving the blood transfusion causes us to forget stuff in some capacity, some people are led to believe that this is handwritten by us, like we left ourselves a note to remind our future self what we came here for. But I think the implication here is just that there's multiple kinds of messages that we can see throughout the game. These messages, left by other hunters, they're also notes, but they're delivered by the messengers, and they're able to cross planes of existence. This is just a handwritten scrawl. It's just, a handwritten note that's been left somewhere. So there's no implication about who wrote this, whether it was us or whether it was somebody else. And there's also no difference between the Japanese translation and the English translation. A lot of people like to look up the Japanese item descriptions and notes in the game to see if there's any outstanding differences. But in this case specifically, it is like literally a 1-to-1 ratio. The words that we see here are the exact words that we see in the Japanese translation. So this is Yosefka's clinic. We'll run into Yosefka later. And before the game's release, there was actually multiple iterations of the clinic, and if we look up here, we can see that there's even a second floor that we might have been able to explore in previous builds in the game. And there's many, many tables here, as well as many, many transfusion tools full of the same blood that we received. Even chains and locks all over the floor as well, which gives the clinic a kind of a sinister kind of vibe to it, as well as the rest of the game. So because we don't have any weapons, the first enemy we run into has a little bit under half health. And we can see him nomming on a corpse over there. Nice. Bloodborne has a mechanic called Rally Potential, where when we strike an enemy after taking damage, we can get some of the health back. And we can also perform backstabs by doing a charge attack and smacking that booty. So we'll run into more of these werewolf-looking dudes later. There's not a whole lot to imply at this point that this used to be a person. We can see that there's like a bandage or a few bandages wrapped around it here. But this guy's gone into a full beast. He's not between a human and a beast. He's a full-on beastie beast. My cat is also a beast. Oh, no trees. Good girl. And yeah, Soulsborne games have a habit of not taking it easy on you for the first little bit. So you start off with absolutely no weapons and you're forced to fight this guy mano v mano. So people on their first playthrough usually end up just dying to it because they're like, oh, how do I fight this thing? Oh my god, I don't have a weapon. Some of the items we find in the game can be found on people's corpses. Some of them are just lying on the ground. And I can't read the description for blood vials until I get to the shop in the dream. So if we look down this way, we can just barely make out the back of the Church of the Good Chalice. That's the place where we end up fighting Blood-Starved Beast later on in Old Yharnam. And when I get to the other side of Central Yharnam, I'll show you how Central Yharnam and Old Yharnam are connected. And off this way, we also have the Cathedral Ward, which we'll find out about later. This guy died to the wolf. You can tell because he's got his weapons already. Now remember, if somebody tells you not to beat a dead horse, just remind them, you can't beat a dead horse too much. So we can see the Yharnamites aren't very friendly at this stage. The first guy we run into wants to kill us. We can make out some interesting details on him as well. Got a enlarged left arm. His left arm is way longer than his right arm. I don't think there's any bandages on this guy that we can make out. You can glean some stuff from the dialogue the Yharnamites use, calling us a plague-ridden rat and a vile beast. Smack, smack, smack. Hey Dracula, what's up, man? Calling us a beast and a fiend. Oops.
Away! Away! You! I don't want it here! Away! Away! It's all your
thorough. Very thorough.
Your brain!
I'll mess up your brain.
Oh God!
Alright, do you want me to go away or do you want me to help you? Make up your mind, man.
Away! Away!
So should we die or reach the first checkpoint, we will awaken in a new place. Now, our clothes referred to what we see as a nightmare of blood and beasts, but when we awaken in this new area after being killed, we discover the hunter's dream. Kind of hard to make out there, but if you look closely, you can see that the doll's finger moves every once in a while. It's very, very slight. But even this early on in the game, we can see that there's something going on with this seemingly abandoned doll. And here we meet the messengers, the guys who we saw after we received the transfusion, and we can accept a gift from them. The messengers offer you a trick weapon. Choose one. Trick weapons are wielded with the right hand and employed in beast hunting. One of the trick weapons of the workshop, commonly used in the hunting business, this saw, effective at drawing the blood of beasts, transforms into a long cleaver that makes use of centrifugal force. The saw, with its set of bloodletting teeth, has become a symbol of the hunt, and only grows in effectiveness the more grotesquely transformed the beast. So, trick weapons are weapons that transform. They switch from one form into another form, and trick weapons are basically any weapon that can be used in the right hand. Some of the weapons we get don't necessarily count as trick weapons, but some people still claim to use them as such, like the amygdalan arm and other things. And the second stanza here is saying about how the saw is effective at drawing the blood of beasts. So the cleaver is serrated in one of its forms, and serrated weapons do an extra 20% damage to beasts, or some such like that. And centrifugal force, when we use this weapon and we transform it, or use transform attacks, you kind of swing the arm out, and then the blade on the end will swing, and the extra force in the swing allows it to do more damage. Centrifugal force is just like a centrifuge. It's something that spins on an axis. So there's a pin that's in the one end of the handle of the saw cleaver, and the blade on its end spins on that pin. So the extra force allows it to do more damage. Oops. Hunter Axe, one of the trick weapons of the workshop, commonly used on the hunt, retains the qualities of an axe but offers a wider palette of attacks by transforming. Boasts a heavy blunt attack leading to higher rally potential. No matter their pasts, beasts are no more than beasts. Some choose this to play the part of executioner. So there's different variations of attack damage that the weapons can do. They either do physical attack, blunt attack, thrust, or varying degrees of magic damage. Blunt attack weapons generally have higher rally potential, And rally potential is the mechanic by which, after we take damage, you can see that like a bar appears and then our health slowly goes down. If we manage to attack enemies before we lose that health, we can actually gain some of it back. As far as the lore behind rally potential, I think it's not just because hunters are blood-crazed fiends who appreciate some good old-fashioned bloodlusts, but the term rally, there's even a gesture called the Hunter's Rally, where we raise our weapon in the air and kind of cheer a little bit. And when you're rallying people to a cause, it's kind of like you're grouping together as one to achieve a common goal. So I'm not really sure what inspired that name for, you know, a health return mechanic, but hunters rallying together to help defend the town from beasts is something that we'll see more of later in the cases of like Ludwig and the church hunters and the executioners. It's kind of hard to fight these kind of creatures and beasts on your own, so hunters would have to rally together, I guess. Threaded cane, commonly used by hunters on their duties. Sufficiently deadly as a rigid-bladed cane, but also serves as a whip when its blade is split into many. Concealing the weapon inside the cane and flogging the beast with the whip is partly an act of ceremony, an attempt to demonstrate to oneself that the bloodlust of the hunt will never encroach upon the soul. So one of the more interesting weapons, it's the cane loosely acts as just like a very basic sword. You swing it around, and then it also has a thrust attack. You can even see it's got a kind of a pointed tip at the end as well. But when you transform it, it's segments and splits into a giant whip, which is awesome. And flogging the beast with the whip is partly an act of ceremony. So the clothes that we wear, the mannerisms and behaviors that we put out, and even the weapons that we use are used to remind ourselves of who we are, so that we don't lose our ability to recall our humanity and end up turning into a beast or a bloodlusted fiend of some sort. Hey Autumn, what's going on, man? Puke and rally like a drunk sorority girl. That's gotta be lyrics. That's gotta be lyrics. Alright. Cane Gang, because obviously. These messengers, the ones with the guns, there's only 2 guns available. So the other guys, you can see the guy in the middle saying, take this one or take this one. And the guy with the pistol, you can see he's staring straight down the barrel of the gun. Because the messengers they're not inhabitants of the waking world. They don't know a whole lot about humans and how they operate. So they don't know about the business end of the pistol. And they're often portrayed as, they are spooky little dudes, but they're also naive and innocent, and they are often referred to as being babes, like newborns in a new world they don't understand. The messengers offer you a firearm. Firearms are wielded with the left hand and employed in beast hunting. Pistol made at the workshop for hunters stalking beasts. Hunter firearms are specially crafted to employ Quicksilver Bullets fused with the wielder's own blood, boosting damage against beasts. The pistol is a quicker draw than the blunderbuss, allowing for speedier responses to attacks. A blunderbuss, hunter firearm, blah blah. The impact of the highly effective weapon counters beast's swift movements, and its wide spread is nigh on guaranteed to hit the mark. So the pistol requires better timing, but it can only hit one target. The shotgun, because it has a spread, it can not only hit multiple targets, but it's a little bit easier to use as long as you preempt the attack a little bit better. So the cane's basic attack is just some swipes, behaving very much like a sword, and then the R2 is a thrusty boy. And then when we transform it, it splits into a whip kind of weapon. and gives it a little bit of some more range as well as a wider breadth of attacks. You can also transform as an attack. So if I just stand here and I hit L1, I'll just go from one form to another. But if I attack and then L1, it'll switch forms and do a unique attack. A notebook received from the messengers. Leave messages with these loyal servants to share them with hunters in other worlds. Messengers are inhabitants of the dream who revere the brave hunters. Leave notes with messengers, read the notes left to messengers in other worlds, and rate notes to reach out to hunters across planes of existence. So using the notebook, we can put a note on the ground, we can review the notes that we've left on the ground in other places, and it keeps a little catalog of the notes that we've read, as well as the location that we've read them in. When you interact with a note, you can either disparage it or promote it in some way, but whether you do a negative or a positive reinforcement, it just heals the person who left the note if they're online. And if we die before reaching the first checkpoint, we see that the workshop is closed. But once we reach the first checkpoint, it opens up. Trade in blood echoes with messengers to buy and sell items. Special blood used in ministration, restores health points. Once a patient has had their blood administered, a unique but common treatment in Yharnam, successive infusions recall the first, and are all the more invigorating for it. No surprise that most Yharnamites are heavy users of blood. So, if the blood is what causes this beasthood infection, then if most of the Yharnamites are heavy users of the blood, that obviously has pretty big implications for all the people that we run into. And it also implies that in order to make use of the blood vials, we first have to have our blood ministered. So most of the people in this town have received this blood transfusion so that they can use these vials. And when it says that successive infusions recall the firsts and are all the more invigorating for it, when you haven't used a drug before, you don't have any tolerance to it. So the effects of that drug can be very, very exaggerated, but the more you use it, the more tolerance you build up. And even if you're still benefiting from the effects of the drug, you might not necessarily have the same feelings as you did when you first took it, or when you were first exposed to it. So if you've ever heard of like methamphetamine and crack cocaine and those sort of drugs, there's often this term where people end up chasing the dragon, where they want to get as high as they were the first time, but they can't because the more they take the drug, the more tolerance they build up. But because they're addicted to this drug, they can't necessarily stop to achieve that feeling. So I think that's kind of what the play on words is here. There is a differentiation between the Japanese translation and the English translation in this case. So maybe it just comes down to localization and stuff. But we have to remember that the blood vials and the use of blood in this town is akin to using a drug of some sort. So we kind of have to keep that in light. Quicksilver Bullets. Special bullets used with hunter firearms. Ordinary bullets have no effect on beasts, and so Quicksilver Bullets fused with the wielder's own blood must be employed. The strength of Quicksilver Bullets depends greatly upon the wielder's blood tinge. If you look on the right side, blood tinge is one of the stats that we can build up. So the higher our blood tinge is, the more weapon our guns do. Quicksilver is also known as mercury. It's an element, and it's not just a very soft metal. It can even appear in a liquid form, so it's like a liquid metal. And in Victorian times, and maybe even beforehand, Quicksilver was used to treat certain ailments, but it took medicine a long time to discover that it was actually a poison as well. If you dip your finger into mercury, it will go in through your skin and poison you. And if it doesn't kill you outright due to too much exposure, it can get into your brain and cause you to act very erratically and oddly. There's also a lot of folklore with werewolves and other creatures where normal weapons aren't sufficient enough to actually do damage to them. You need to use Quicksilver weapons in order to actually do damage. We can also see evidence of this in games like The Witcher, which is, based on other folklore as well, where you have a normal sword for human or beast type enemies, and then if you want to fight magical type enemies, you need to pull out the silver sword. Silver has had a lot of magical attributes to it throughout the ages, but I think silver in some ways is even poisonous to people. Like if you're a metal worker who works with silver too much, you can get poisoned in some sort of way. I remember that being referred to in the most recent God of War game, where one of the dwarf dudes is blue because he worked with too much silver throughout the ages. Molotov Cocktail explodes into raging flames when thrown against an object, one of the oldest hunter tools available in the workshop. Since the tragedy that struck old Yharnam, fire has become a staple in beast hunts and is thought to cleanse impurity. Certain types of beasts have an abnormal fear of flame. So not only do beasts take more damage from fire weapons, but some of the enemies you run into later on are even afraid of fire. Pebble. Small pebbles found throughout Yharnam can be thrown at foes. Quite thrilling. So if you don't want to waste ammo, because ammo is a limited resource, or you don't want to use other items to distract enemies or pull them towards you, pebbles are pretty common throughout the city, and they're low cost. So if you don't want to spend a bullet to bring an enemy to you and pull them out of a pack, you can actually throw pebbles at them and draw them away so that you don't get ganged on. We can also see the pebbles look distinctly like an eye, and we'll run into enemies later on that either collect lots of eyes or are made up of lots of eyes, and these enemies will usually drop pebbles for us. Ludwig, the first hunter of the Healing Church, once recruited Yharnamites to serve as hunters. This hunter's attire was made for new recruits and has excellent straightforward defense, but not nearly enough to allow an ordinary man to stand any real chance against the beasts. And Miyazaki likes to pull from many different sources of inspiration for his games and their looks. And I believe there was a film called Brotherhood of the Wolf that may have inspired some of the fashion we see here. I have it in Chrome. So you can see how the mask here is basically a one-to-one of some of the outfits that we see in Brotherhood of the Wolf. I've never actually watched this movie yet. I've seen some clips, and the combat and fight scenes were really cool. There was one scene where I saw a guy fend off like 6 other dudes with a staff. It was pretty sick. It actually made me really want a staff trick weapon in this game. No, this is like I've done probably 50 or 60 lore playthroughs at this point. So there's not a whole lot left for me to discover in Bloodborne. I've pretty much seen and done it all. But That being said, nobody knows everything about this game or its many interpretations and influences, so you can study this game as much as you want, but because of the way that it's designed and the way the story is set up, it's, you know, you're not meant to have all the answers and you're not meant to know everything. So even though I've done this tons of times, there's still parts of the game that I don't understand, and there's still stuff left to discover. So yeah, we'll talk more about other aspects of the Hunter's Dream later on, but we can see here that we can use gravestones to return to other places in the game where we awaken in the waking world. Because this is a dream, the dreams and nightmares that we experience in Bloodborne are different from the waking world. So we awaken when we end up traveling back there using these gravestones. And it kind of looks like the Hunter's Dream was just kind of like floating above the fog, if we look at it out into the distance. But if we look at certain angles, we can see that the fog is actually above a body of water. You can see how there's like a kind of a blue hue to the rolling waves out in the distance. And these stone pillars that we can see surrounding the Hunter's Dream, in the in-game files, they're known as... not altars. What's the word for it? Fuck, why can't I remember what the hell these things are called? Memory's already fading. But, they aren't like other Hunter's Dreams or other workshops out in the distance. They're literally just pillars of stone. People have taken a free camera and they've gone all the way out there, and it's just like little stone bits sticking out at the top. Alright, what the hell is... when you go up to the top of a mountain in Ghost of Tsushima, and there are those altars at the top. They're laid in memory of people. What the hell are those things called? Why can't I remember this? Why is my brain being a piece of shit? Shrines? Shrines? Is that the word? What's up, Kinza? How's it going? A shrine is a sacred or holy space dedicated to a specific deity, ancestor, hero, martyr, saint, demon, or similar figure of respect. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure shrine. Shrine is the right word. So if these things are called shrines in the in-game files, it kind of implies that they work almost like gravestones. Like a shrine is an altar you would put at like the top of a mountain in memory of a specific hero or somebody of importance. And we lay graves in the memory of somebody when we bury them. But shrines are meant to be put way high up. Like we're putting them closer to heaven or closer to divinity in that case. So if humans and, you know, the people that we see here, and we have graves in memory of them, then shrines are almost, these shrines we see here are almost like natural stones that are laid in memory of people. So I'm not necessarily sure if each time a hunter dies, one of these things pops up. But if we look over here, we can see that there are many, many, many gravestones. And these gravestones are placed in memory of the hunters that came before us. So when we get to one of the endings in the game, where we awaken under a morning sun and are apparently freed from the dream, we get our own little gravestone that's placed here. And we can occasionally find the doll praying at it, and they give us some dialogue. So yeah, the main point about these things is that they aren't other hunters' dreams. Whenever a hunter dreams, they visit this place. All hunters come to this place. And it may be more so that these are just part of their memory. Also, something that I forgot about was that the dreams and nightmares that we encounter in the game, they're made up out of stone, and they have different stone appearances throughout them. So the Nightmare Frontier has those hexagonal kind of stones that stick up out of the ground. The Nightmare of Mensis has the stones with like the skulls and the visages of faces in them. And the Hunter's Nightmare, the DLC area, has a bunch of different kinds of stone, and even like buildings made up out of stone. We can also see evidence that stone is an attribute of some great ones themselves, where if we try to hit the vacuous ROM in their head, we can't actually do very much damage to their head because it's made up out of stone. So when it comes down to what the nightmares and the great ones are made up out of, one of those attributes is stone. So maybe that has something to do with why these things are here as well. A shrine and altar both work, but I think in the in-game files, like each item in the game, each asset has like a file name, and the file name for those stones is shrine, I believe. Oh yeah. So when we come back to Yharnam, we can try to go back up to the room that we woke up in, but we can see that the door is closed. And it's kind of hard to make out, but if we look through the gap in the window there, we can see that Yosefka has no weapon in her hand. We can see her fists kind of clenched tightly over there, but we can see that she has no weapon.
Are you out on the hunt? Then I'm very sorry, but I cannot open this door. I am Yosefka. The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection. I know that you hunt for us, for our town, but I'm sorry. Please. This is all that I can do. Now, go. And good hunting.
So in a COVID-like fashion, Yosefka, the person who owns the clinic and operates the clinic, says that we can't go in here lest we expose the other people in there to infection. And she gives us a vial that we can use. Now typically you have to buy or farm vials from enemies in order to use them, but if we use this one, we can come back to Yosefka for a new one every time, and it actually restores more HP than a normal vial. Blood vial acquired from Yosefka's clinic. This refined blood, highly invigorating, restores a larger amount of HP. The product of a slow and careful refinement process, this rare blood vial appears to be a clinic original. So if we look at it, we can see that it's got kind of a more of a yellow-orange kind of tinge to it than like a blood red kind of tinge to it. So some people have been led to believe that it's more like plasma, like they were able to separate the blood from something else, and then that's what we're using here. It's got a very like prescription kind of looking like text on it, but we can't actually read any of it. It's all just scribblings. And we'll come to find out later on that Yosefka was doing experiments with different types of blood, not just to, heal the patients, but even maybe to experiment on them and even herself. So that may be why this gives us more HP and is more invigorating, because one of the things the church was doing with the blood was they weren't just doing mass experimentations with it, they were trying to refine it and purge it of the beastly infection, if you will. So maybe that's part of what Yosefka's doing here, was not necessarily trying to cure people, but just seeing what different types of blood would do to different types of people.
Are you still in need of something? But I have nothing more to offer. Please, try to understand my position. I can only pray for a fruitful hunt.
When you die, you drop your blood echoes on the ground, and then you can pick them up. And while your blood echoes are on the ground, other players can interact with them and see your specter, which is kind of like a recording of how you died. This lamp now transports you back to the hunter's dream. Upon death, you will awaken at this lamp. So, in earlier builds of the game, because there's all these themes about sleep and dreaming and nightmares, in the earlier builds, we would actually visit chairs, and then we would sit in a chair and then fall asleep to visit the dream. But they ended up replacing the chairs with these lanterns with bells on them. I guess because it would have been hokey to, you're running away from all these enemies and you're like, I gotta go find a chair to sit in and sleep in. So instead we use these lanterns in order to guide us back to the dream. I don't really know, like I know that lanterns are used to explore the deepest nooks and crannies of the areas in the game. And I know that lanterns guide us through darkness, but I've never really been able to interpret why lanterns are what teleport us to the dream and cause us to reawaken at these places. But if we look at the bells here, bells in the game are used to cross different planes of existence, and there's also this theme of how the sound and the resonance of the bells is used to this effect. But in the Victorian era, when people were sick enough, or if they were in a coma, or if they had certain medical conditions, it would seem like they were dead, but they would actually be buried alive and then wake up like hours or days later only to be buried in a coffin underground. So one of the ways they countered this in Victorian times was to affix bells to the top of the coffin, so that if you awoke inside of the coffin after being buried, you could like pull on a chain or a string and it would ring the bells on top, letting the people know that you were still alive under there. So I think that's the main reason why the bells are here, but I'm still not necessarily sure if there's some sort of folklore behind lanterns and dreams that I'm just kind of missing out on.
Oh, you must be a hunter. And not one from around here either. I'm Gilbert, a fellow outsider. You must have had a fine time of it. Yharnam has a special way of treating guests.
See you later, Jekyll. Have a good day,
I
man.
don't think I could stand if I wanted to, but I'm willing to help if there's anything that can be done. This town is cursed. Whatever your reasons might be, you should plan a swift exit. Whatever can be gained from this place, it will do more harm than good.
This town is cursed.
Pale blood, you say? Never heard of it. But if it's blood you're interested in, you should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood ministration and all varieties of blood. Across the valley to the east of Yharnam lies the town of the Healing Church, known as the Cathedral Ward. And deep within Cathedral Ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood, or so they say. Yharnamites don't share much with outsiders. Normally they wouldn't let you near the place, but the hunt is on tonight. This might be your chance.
A couple things we learned from Gilbert is that he's a fellow outsider. He's somebody who came from another town or village in order to... Gilbert would have came here to cure an illness because he's obviously sick, and he's taken the blood to try to fend off this illness. It doesn't seem to be working that well, though. But when he says pale blood, you say, we ask him about pale blood and where to seek it. And he points us towards the Cathedral Ward, which is... he tells us to go to the Cathedral Ward, which is a part of the city that's ran and operated by the Healing Church. He also says, quite literally, this town is cursed. So when it comes down to why do we see the effects of some things in Yharnam, but not everywhere else in the world because of other stuff that we find out later on in the game, a lot of the times when we hear these single lines of dialogue in these games, we just kind of brush it off as being like, oh, he's saying this town is cursed because there's beasts and a plague and all that sort of stuff. But it could be taken quite literally, where it's not just the inhabitants of the town who have taken the blood, but the town itself that is cursed. So this might explain why some of the things we find out later on are more localized to Yharnam instead of the other areas that we can run into. Gilbert also told us that tonight is a night of the hunt. So all the villagers have their doors and windows barred up, and other villagers have taken to the streets with pitchforks and torches and other weapons in order to try to defend the town against the beastly threat. There aren't a lot of hunters around these days, so the townspeople themselves have had to take up arms. Here we can see one of the beasts crucified and burned. And this is one of the first beast patients that we can run into in the game. They're an enemy commonly found throughout Old Yharnam as well as a few other places. And we can see here how these ones have a few more human characteristics, as well as more bandages that cover their bodies. The name Beast Patient also implies that they were a previous patient of the Healing Church, who eventually turned into one of these beast-like creatures. Here we have an executioner wielding a big dirty axe. He's got really heavy guard and really heavy attacks. It's pretty easy to parry though. But he's got a lot of health. Headbutt attack. Jesus. Yeah, I can't parry. There we go. Apart from the heavy armor that they wear, we can also see that the executioners have a bunch of beast heads strung on their belt. A collector of sorts. Now these guys can drop pretty decent gems. I think they're the only enemy in this area that can drop gems, if I remember correctly. But we can't even use the gems until we beat the first boss anyway. And if we take a look at the streets of Yharnam, we can see these kind of churchy looking statues all over the place, usually depicting maidens with their heads covered, weeping or praising or offering stuff to the skies. And if we look at this one, we can even see that there's little messengers on the statues as well. The coffins throughout Yharnam are chained and bound to prevent anybody who have died from maybe returning after they've died. And we can also see that there's like literal boxes and coffins full of bones and remains all over the place. So the dead literally fill the streets at this point in Yharnam's history.
Are you that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya?
Now the cane is pretty weak this early on in the game, and you can fight mobs of enemies. So if you lure them to staircases, you can make quick work of them this way. And there's a trigger here where you can hear a beast roar off in the distance, but it happens every time you make a loop, so it'll keep happening every time you do it. Alright, so that's the entire patrol, I'm pretty sure.
Lads, you've come on. You'd open that door on a night of a hunt. Away with you. Now!
This guy will shoot you in the back if you proceed forward. So he just kind of chills even if you step right in front of him. But once you go far enough, he'll wake up and aggro onto you. And the enemies that wield guns in this game typically drop bullets as well. So you can kind of pick and choose which enemies to get bullets or vials from if you want to farm them.
This is a damn Urns. This
Hey, Madrose.
smells like you, stranger. Please, God, help me. I must live.
I mean, the beast patients aren't isolated within Old Yharnam. They aren't just an Old Yharnam enemy. They're patients of the healing church who turned into beasts. So They're placed here as a warning, I guess, to try to prevent other beasts from appearing in the area, but they aren't just isolated within Old Yharnam. They're all over the place.
We all know who's at fault. We know precisely who it is. Please, God, help me. I must live. Please, God, help me. I must live. Please, God, help me. I must live. You all cursed beast.
It's been a while since I've used this setup, so I'm trying different volume settings. Bloodstone Shard, a solid shard that forms in cold blood. After death, the substance in the blood hardens, and that which does not crystallize is called the Bloodstone. At the workshop, these bloodstones are embedded in weapons to fortify them. So, cold blood, I'm not really sure if cold blood is just blood that has been exposed to old blood and turned into something else. I don't really think that the old blood that caused all of this is the exact same as cold blood, or if cold blood is just what happens when you have a transfusion and the bloods are mixed together to form something new. But the implication here is that normal blood, it just kind of like coagulates and turns into scabs. But if cold blood is left long enough, it'll actually harden and turn into stones and crystallize and form these new kind of forms. And we can even also see that if we look closely at this one, it almost kind of looks like there's like a DNA strand, like a helical formation within it. Oh yeah, I'll still be on for a while, so good luck with your errands. And hopefully I'll catch you later. Once you go here, these guys are triggered to run up the staircase. droplet of cold blood containing blood echoes used to gain blood echoes. Hunters sustained by the dream gain strength from blood echoes. They imbibe the blood with thoughts of reverence, indeed gratitude, for their victims. So, we use blood echoes as like our experience in the game, but in order for us to use them this way, we need to go to the dream, where we either use them to level up or we use them as a currency. So, whenever we kill somebody, we gain their blood echoes, but these blood echoes are what give us strength because we're hunters who are sustained by the dream. We're still connected to the dream, so we still have this benefit. But I don't think there's really that much use in differentiating the difference between a blood echo and a soul. A soul is what imparts life to an inanimate body. When a person dies, their soul leaves them, and so you're left with only a corpse. And blood echoes are the same kind of thing, whereas when somebody dies, it's not necessarily that they don't have a soul anymore, but these blood echoes are the echoes of the will of that person, if you will. They wanted to try to differentiate the difference between souls and echoes, but maintain the roots of what makes Bloodborne. Like, everything has to be about blood. So, the echoes of your will, your personality, the stuff that made you you, it lives on in your blood. And hunters use that in order to gain their strength. The stronger your will, the thicker your blood, as we'll see later on. So, there's different facets of your personality, like your willpower, and your strength of consciousness, and that sort of stuff that live on, literally, in your blood. Little shortcut here into a different area.
I don't reckon you're from round here. Well, stuck outside on a night of the hunt. How you poor, poor thing.
So the Yharnamites that we see throughout the town are called Yharnam Huntsman, and these enemies are referred to as Huntsman's minions. So we can see here that they're kind of like in between a beast and a human. They're covered in the bandages that we saw the beast patients in. We can see fur starting to grow out of their arms and out of their faces. Their hands have big claws coming out of where their nails are. And we can even see evidence in their boots here that the tearings in their clothes that they are, expanding in size. So in the same way that the Yharnamites have like bigger long arms as they start to transform, this gigantism seems to be another effect of the Old Blood's infection. A common torch formed by wrapping a pine resin drenched cloth around the end of a long stick. Hunters choose torches not only because the hunt leads them to the darkest nooks, but also because certain creatures they encounter are possessed of a deathly fear of flame. Crows throughout history have been known to collect shiny baubles and interesting little objects. So in Bloodborne, they frequently drop pebbles. But in Dark Souls and Demon Souls, you can trade in items for other items with an NPC called Snuggly the Crow and Pickle Pea and whatever the hell they end up being called. And this is something that actually happens in real life. Like, if you look at a crow's nest, they'll often have shiny little marbles and other little man-made objects that they found because they just like collecting things. And some other birds actually use these in their mating rituals, where they'll build a nest in a certain fashion and then surround it with objects that they found in certain arrangements. And the female will come to the male and judge their arrangement of objects to determine whether they're a suitable mate or not. Urn that covers target in oil when thrown. When this urn hits the mark, the target is drenched in oil and made extremely flammable. Fire is commonplace on the hunt, and oil urns accentuate its effect. Sometimes when hunters burn beasts, they appear intoxicated by the euphoria of purification. So, fire has been attributed to purification throughout the ages, because if you leave a body to rot, or if you bury a diseased body in the ground, it can continue to spread the sickness, despite being buried and put away deep within the earth. So one of the ways that they can purify these bodies is by burning them and then burying the skeletal remains of the person. Throughout the Soulsborne games, oil urns are generally throwable objects, and when you hit an enemy with this object, the next fire damage they receive will be enhanced. So I think it's like, if you hit somebody with an oil urn, they take like 40% more fire damage or something to that effect. So if you use oil urns with the torch or with the Molotovs, it can make them do a lot more damage. So as we explore this area, we can hear some background music off in the distance. It's a song coming from a music box that we'll be able to receive later from a little girl inside this house. Now, something I didn't realize until recently, when I watched a YouTube video somewhere, is that some of the songs in Bloodborne are timed to the boss's attacks. So if I start walking around here and you listen to the footsteps, the walking of your character in Bloodborne is basically in 4/4 timing, and the song coming from the music box is in 4/4 timing as well. So whereas the boss music might be indicative of the rate at which the enemies attack, this song in particular is like 4/4 timing is the easiest timing in music. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the pace of your walk is the same as the pacing of this song, which I've always found kind of interesting. It's really hard to notice unless you're super keen to that sort of stuff, like if you're a musician. But I think that FromSoft has really tried to make it so that the music in their games has more of an impact. So whether it be area music or boss music, they want you to feel something more than it just like going along with the boss fight. It's supposed to be more indicative of like thought, and I'm not really sure what the hell I'm trying to say here, but you can tell just by listening to the music in FromSoft games that they put a lot of deliberate effort into not just having it match the pace of the boss fight, but the feeling of what you're supposed to experience. Debated well. Fake well. It's fake. If you've played the previous Dark Souls games, like Dark Souls 2, and maybe even one of the other ones, I think most notably in Dark Souls 2, there was a well you could interact with that you could receive an item from. But if we look into this one, it looks like the well is not only run dry, but it's incredibly shallow as well. See what I did there? Totally on purpose joke. So here we get our first good look at the Grand Cathedral off in the distance, as well as the rest of Cathedral Ward. And this is the only indication of where we have to go right now is from Gilbert, and he has told us to seek out the Healing Church in the Cathedral Ward, which is off this way. Here we can see some of the other beasts. These guys actually have full health though, so I'm not going to mess with them for now. If I proceed over this way, I can get some heavier armor and some weapon upgrade materials that'll make it way easier to fight those guys. Hi Warman, no, I absolutely do not. Just because somebody's streaming Bloodborne doesn't mean they need help. I have like 1,500 hours played, so I'm good, thanks. But if you need help understanding the story and all the crazy little stuff in the item descriptions, then stick around and learn some stuff. These enemies are called large huntsmen, if I remember correctly. And even though they appear a lot more beastly than some of the other enemy types that we've seen, I don't actually believe these guys count as beasts. They aren't classified in the game files as beasts, nor do they take more damage from serrated or fire. You can also see that these guys have horns on their head. I don't have a monocular right now. They've got these little horns sticking up out of their head. And we can find other enemies deep within the lore and chalices that have even bigger horns. They can occasionally drop Bloodstone Shards, so if you want to get some extra weapon upgrades, you can farm them a little bit. These guys with the poles are very dangerous. They got a really long reach. Ah ha ha, that guy fell. I'm up here, you're down there, Lamau. A thick droplet of cold blood containing blood echoes, used to gain a larger amount of blood echoes, so each rank of blood echoes, or each rank of cold blood, gives us more blood echoes from it. A strong will produces thick blood, doubtless the product of obsession, a potent source of human strength. So the stronger your will, the thicker your blood. And in Dark Souls, attributes of humanity were brought out in dark because humanity was literally born from the dark soul. So there's aspects of darkness that bear aspects of human obsession, of the strength of our will. Longing for a lost long object and the urge to retrieve it or have it back in our hands. So, as I was saying earlier, the qualities that make us human they aren't just a part of our soul like they are in Dark Souls. They're literally an attribute that gets passed on through our blood. And it is these human attributes, our strength, our weaknesses, the memories that we can recall, and the power that they have on our will, I suppose. They're literally carried on through our blood, and they're what give the hunters who are sustained by the dreams strength. When it comes down to the many creatures that we can see throughout the game, like the rats, the snakes, the pigs, even the crows, a lot of these animals are a lot bigger than we usually see them in nature, and this is because of the gigantism effect that the old blood can have. They're also usually like scavenging creatures. Rats are scavengers who will eat whatever they can find. Crows will feast on corpses and remains if they can find them. So a lot of these different types of creatures, they likely fed on corpses that were infected with old blood, and then ended up becoming larger and more dangerous as a result. You can see there are statues of messengers all throughout Yharnam. So they're actually ingrained into the architecture of the city. See ya. And here we have the hunter set, the garb that we can see on the cover of the game. One of the standard articles of hunter attire fashioned at the workshop, a fine piece of hunter attire that provides stable defense to anyone facing Yharnam's beastly threat, allows one to stalk beasts unannounced by cover of night. The garb is accompanied with a short cape to wipe away blood. And the hat is recognizable by its withered feathers, and it is fashioned after one of the old hunters. The only other hat that has the withered feathers on it, I believe, is Jura. And Jura, the retired hunter, has likely been around for quite a while, so I believe that this hat was fashioned after his hat. And we'll run into him later when we explore Old Yharnam. If we go carefully down here, we can actually avoid any fall damage. Where'd the Beastie Boy go? There he is. Got him. These enemies, I can't remember what the hell they're called. I think they're just like corpses. Like, I think the name the word corpse is in their name somewhere. You can see they've got claws on their hands. Their legs are gone, and there's like guts coming out of the bottom of them. And when we attack these guys, they cover us in green shit, which is kind of gross. You can occasionally get blood vials and bold hunter's marks from these guys. It's not necessarily worth farming them, but they do drop them nonetheless. And we can see here the green stuff. Not necessarily sure if it's just old decayed blood or if it's supposed to be something else, but it's pretty gross nonetheless. So there we have the first badge that we can pick up in the game. Badge of a workshop-sanctioned hunter. Crafted long ago at the workshop, but this one attests to one's prowess as a hunter of beasts. The workshop is gone, and no group recognizes this meaningless badge, except the messengers in the bath who understand its profundity or its importance. Certain things can only be entrusted with a hunter in possession of this badge, or so they believe. So at the beginning of the game, the messengers entrust a weapon to us, but this means we can't pick up the other weapons. We pick one and then that's it. If we have this badge, though, we can buy the other weapons once we have it. So if I picked the cane at the beginning of the game, I can use this badge to buy the axe or the saw cleaver. I skipped the shortcut a minute ago, but I have to go around that way anyway, so it's fine. What? That was funny. We both whiffed somehow. Whee! I should probably level up. So I need to go back around there anyway before I visit. I could probably level up my weapon instead. I'll get plenty more echoes along the way anyway. So this guy is very similar to the dude who gave us the ministration. He's not the same dude, because he doesn't have the hat. But these types of enemies are called church ministers. When the hunt began, the healing church left us, blocking the great bridge to Cathedral Ward, as old Yharnam burned to the ground that moonlit night. When the hunt began, the healing church left us. So Yharnam was already established before the night of the hunt began. And when it began, that's when they sealed off the bridge to the Cathedral Ward. That helps explain the timeline a little bit better. Because it's not like Yharnam has been dealing with the Night of the Hunt since its inception. The Night of the Hunt began after Yharnam was established, And it was the same night that the hunt began that old Yharnam was burned to the ground. So 8 Bloodstone Shards gives me enough for 2 weapon levels up. And that'll make the cane a little bit more desirable. A lot of people don't like the cane because they consider it to be too weak, especially in the starting area. But once you level up the cane and you get the right amount of skill scaling, it's just as capable as every other weapon, if not more so.
Aha! You must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home for now. I am Gammon, friend to you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. You'll get used to it. This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find. Even the doll, should it please you.
Now we can't actually use the doll right now. It still says that it's abandoned. And while he obviously kind of leans in and whispers it kind of creepily, the point of us using the doll is to level up, is to make us stronger, to embolden our sickly spirit. And when we talk to Gurman, he says that we're sure to be in a fine haze, but he can barely even remember his own name. He says, my name is Gurman. You know, it takes him a little while to remember what his own name is. Now, when we beat the game, and we look at a couple different endings that we can get, we can see that the moon presence is the one who's actually in control of all this. The moon presence created the dream. Well, maybe not created the dream, maybe that's not the right word for it. But they've essentially imprisoned the Gurman's consciousness here and created the doll and imparted life into it. So if Gurman is enraptured by the moon presence, we could imply or suppose that essentially the moon presence is talking to us through Gurman and through his memories. So I don't necessarily think that Gurman's just being a pervert and is telling us to do dirty things to the doll. I think that he's trying to hint towards the fact that if we haven't received insight yet, we're supposed to be able to use the doll for something, but we don't know what to use them for until we receive the insight and activate them. To escape this dreadful hunter's dream, halt the source of the spreading scourge of beasts, lest the night carry on forever. So this implies that not only is pale blood, the moon presence, the source of the spreading scourge of beasts, but it also implies that should we defeat the moon presence, we end the night of the hunt. So that has some pretty big implications for what the secret ending of the game means for the future of the story. I don't have the binocular yet, so I can't really take a close look at any of these. But if we take a look at the books that are spread throughout the Hunter's Workshop, the title of the book is How to Pick Up Fair Maidens. And you know, Gurman did have a curious mania. And he does have all these books lying around on how to pick up women. So, you know, maybe there is some truth to the perverted nature of the use the doll if it pleases you. But Miyazaki is most well known, I think, for not just the vagueness of the story and the difficulty of the games, but finding multiple meanings and multiple interpretations of the descriptions and the dialogue and the stuff that we can learn in these stories. This path appears linked to the nightmare, but there are no messengers. Nothing shows up here until we get some insight. And now that we have a badge, another messenger has popped up in the bath here, indicating that we have more items that we can buy. So now we can buy Molotov cocktails and pungent blood cocktails. Mature blood cocktail that releases a pungent odor when thrown that attracts bloodthirsty beasts. A precious tool in sadly short supply. In Yharnam, they produce more blood than alcohol, as the former is the more intoxicating. Blood is more intoxicating than alcohol. We can use these to distract beast creatures. If we throw one of these, any enemy that's classified as a beast, even bosses, will be attracted to that spot for upwards of like 8 seconds or something like that. Throwing knife with a finely serrated blade, one of the old hunter Henrik's favorite weapons. The interesting thing about that line is that when we fight Henrik, he doesn't actually use throwing knives, as far as I know. Does not cause a great deal of damage to beasts, but with deft use can distract attackers and keep them at bay. And we can also buy the other weapons that we couldn't pick at the beginning, as well as the saw spear, which can be found in central Yharnam. This saw, effective at drawing the blood of beasts, transforms into a medium-range spear. And other than that, it has the exact same description as the saw cleaver. I think the saw cleaver is only serrated in tricked form, if I remember correctly. So it has to be tricked in order for it to do serrated damage, or you have to use trick attacks for it to get the damage bonus. But if we look at the saw spear, it's got the serrated bits on both sides of the weapon. So it doesn't matter which form it's in, it always does serrated damage, as well as having the benefit of having a thrust attack. When you have it tricked and you do an R2, you'll thrust with it, and certain enemies in the game are weak to thrust. In my eyes, this puts the saw spear ahead of the saw cleaver, but if you're doing a strength build or a speed run or anything like that, generally the saw cleaver will pull ahead because it does slightly more damage with those builds. And I guess there's something with the hitbox, but as far as I am aware, the hitbox on a lot of the attacks is very similar. So I've always just preferred the spear as opposed to the cleaver, because it's always serrated, and you get the benefit of having the thrust attacks. There's certain enemies like the brain suckers and a few others that they have incredibly high physical damage resistance unless you do a thrust attack. So I've always just preferred the spear personally. Yo, iPath, what's good, man? Hope you're doing well, buddy.
You're safe, thank goodness. But I'm afraid nothing will change. I cannot open the door. I'll do what I can, of course. Perhaps this will help you, if only in some small way.
Yeah, I'm doing all right, man.
Now go. I pray for your safety.
Back on that Bloodborne lore shit, you know how it is. Alright, got some new armor. Got an upgraded weapon. I should feel a little bit more safe on these foul streets.
Across the valley to the east of Yharnam, you'll find the Cathedral Ward. Deep within lies the old main cathedral, said to be the source of blood. I haven't heard of pale blood, but that's your best bet if it's anything to do with unique types of blood.
So the only real hints we have this far into the game are go out and kill a few beasts, it's for your own good. And Gilbert also tells us to go to Cathedral Ward across to the east of Yharnam. Now the only way to get across there is the bridge that we can see here. Whoa. Now these two beasts here can be kind of a pain in the butt. They take a lot of damage from Molotovs, but if you pull them down to this room, they can't actually fit through this door at all. So you can use this to your advantage. They give a decent amount of echoes as well, 336 apiece. Now, something else I like to point out when I'm playing through this game is we can see these kind of little sprites that are all over in some areas. These faint little specks of glowing dust that we can see in the air. Now sometimes these are like bugs that will surround a lantern or come up from a corpse. In other cases, it might just be because it's like a dusty or a windy area. Like when we come up here the first time, we can see a whole bunch of them. But there's also a lot of them in certain boss fight arenas, and we can also see very similar kind of little particles when we interact with lamps, when we use blood echoes, or when we use cold blood. Watch around my character when I use this item. See how a bunch of them come in towards us? So I wonder if this is... in other cases it might also be like mold spores, like when we're going throughout the chalices and some other areas. But if blood echoes are the echoing will of those that came before us, I often kind of wonder if that has something to do with it as well. Like something about these particles has something to do with the lingering echoes of the people that have died throughout Yharnam. This carriage here is full of coffins being transported out of the city. And later on in Yahar'gul, we'll run into enemies called Cramped Caskets that are essentially these wagons or caskets filled to the brim with corpses that have reanimated. See, like, if we look at this horse's corpse here, we can see that these are obviously supposed to be bugs swarming around the corpse. But these are brown instead of white like the other ones that we saw. Brick Troll wants to give me unsolicited brick picks without my consent. Get off me, you disgusting creature. So when the hunt began, the Healing Church abandoned the city of Yharnam and all the people that inhabited it and burned old Yharnam to the ground after sealing the bridge that leads us to Cathedral Ward. And here we can see that there's an even larger concentration of these particles I was just describing. When they do that red ability, it means they're regenerating the limbs they've broken. I don't think it accounts for the head, though, in this case. You can break both of his arms, though, as well as his head. Oops. How does... Okay, whatever. Apparently I've completely forgotten how to fight this boss. Oh, I broke the head again. Look at that. So every time they do that red charge, you can break the limbs again. Not sure why he just did it twice in a row, but that's fine. Oh god, it's the end. Oh no, fuck, that was close. So the Cleric Beast is obviously one of the most grotesquely transformed beasts that we've run into thus far. And he gives us the Sword Hunter badge, badge of the Swordsman Hunters under the Church's blessing. One of the badges crafted by the Healing Church, the silver sword is a symbol of her Church Hunter. Ludwig was the first of many Healing Church Hunters to come, many of whom were clerics. As it was, clerics transformed into the most hideous beasts. So a cleric is somebody who works directly for a church and tries to like spread the word of this church. But in Soulsborne lore, they've often been not necessarily like fanatics, but higher ranking members of a church's order, I guess is probably a better way to put it. So somebody may have been working for the Healing Church, but the clerics of the church were the most dedicated and higher ranking officials who worked in the church's name. So the implication here is that even though we've been told to seek the Healing Church because they are experts on varying types of blood, we also find out that the higher ranking members of the church turned into the most grotesquely transformed beasts that we can run into. So I've often wondered, obviously the Cleric Beasts are the most transformed of the beasts, but where are their eyes? Because eyes represent insight, and having large amounts of insight or greater knowledge of the universe is supposed to be the opposite of beastly idiocy. So the Cleric Beast takes this one step further, where the model actually doesn't even have eyes anywhere. We can also see that there's a lot of similarities there between the design of Manus from Dark Souls 1, as well as the Cleric Beasts that we run into in Bloodborne story. The larger left arm, the giant horns, the fur. The only real major difference between Manus and the Cleric Beasts is that Manus has a bunch of like red glowing eyes all around his body, and the Cleric Beast lacks any eyes in particular at all. And Manus was also a human that got turned into something else. So very similar, not just in appearance, but in the story as well. So once we receive insight, the doll will awaken. You receive 1 insight for looking at a boss for the first time and learning about them. And you gain 3 insight once you defeat a boss for the first time. So now if you look in the upper right corner, I have 4 insight for defeating the Cleric Beast. Once I revert back down to 0 insight by spending it at the bath or otherwise, the doll will continue to sleep, but we'll still be able to level them up. Level up at them. We just won't be able to interact with them in any capacity.
Hello, good hunter. I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength. You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit. Did you speak with Gehrman? He was a hunter long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. Still, he stays here, in this dream. Such is his purpose. Ah, the little ones, inhabitants of the dream. They find hunters like yourself, worship and serve them. Speak words they do not. But still, aren't they sweet?
If you recognize the voice of the doll, it's because the same voice actress portrayed the Maiden in Black in Demon Souls.
Ah, the Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
I generally just worry about leveling health up off the bat because it's the most important stat. But I like going up to 15 endurance, and then I'll just dump the rest of my points into skill afterwards. This early on in the game, leveling up your weapon will make you do more damage than leveling up a stat. You'll still see your damage increase when you level strength or skill, but I'll be able to dump enough points into them later. Right now I just want to worry about having enough stamina to attack and roll, as well as being able to survive my attacks, and this gives me an extra 130 health. Also, this early on, leveling up any stat will increase your defense and your physical defense, so it doesn't matter what I put points into this early, I'll still resist a little more damage after this. This helps with the scaling as you work your way up.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Consume insight and ring the Beckoning Bell to enlist the cooperation of hunters from other worlds. Silencing blank ends such forms of cooperation. Consume insight and ring the Old Hunter Bell to enlist the cooperation of old hunters. The Beckoning Bell is a great old bell discovered in the underground labyrinth. Its ring resonates across worlds, and the first hunter used it as a special signal to call hunters from other worlds to cross the gap and cooperate. A human must use insight to ring this uncanny bell, but the benefits of cross-world cooperation are many. So when you ring this bell, it allows other people to join your world, but in order for them to be able to join your world, they have to ring a similar but smaller bell. The silencing blank ends this cooperation. When you ring the Beckoning Bell or the small resonant bell, it gives you a buff, and the silencing blank removes that buff. Hunters are linked by the resonance of bells with specially encoded timbres. This inaudible burst disrupts such resonance. A timbre it's kind of like the tone of a sound. So you join other hunters in their games by ringing a bell, and then if those sounds match up in the frequency, you'll be able to join each other, if you want to put it that way. An encoded timbre. You can also set a password so that you can only join friends instead of random people that might be ringing a bell in that area. Gurman's gone because we ran his dialogue out. He's got nothing new to tell us. Because we've received insight, there's now messengers at the bath. So the other bath uses echoes. This one uses insight. Small bell discovered in the old underground labyrinth. Its ring resonates across worlds. Oh yeah. This bell resonates with its counterpart, the Beckoning Bell. Ring to help hunters in other worlds. So the big bell brings people into your world. The small bell brings you into other people's worlds. And now that we have the Sword Hunter badge from the Cleric Beasts, we have more items to buy at the Bath Messenger. This guy's offering us a Molotov. We can buy antidotes now. Small medicinal tablets that counteract poison, used to treat ashen blood, the baffling sickness that ravaged old Yharnam long ago. These tablets only provide short-term relief. The ashen blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge. Now, there's a lot of hearsay about this item because of that last little bit of the description. The only example of poison in Old Yharnam, I believe, is from the blood-starved beasts. I think there's maybe one or two other enemies with red eyes that can inflict you with poison. But when we attack the blood-starved beasts, we get covered in this like kind of pastel pinkish blood instead of being deep dark red. So there's an association with the poison that the blood-starved beast emits with this ashen blood ailment. But when it says the ashen blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge, it might have other implications beside that. Like, if people were getting sick because of poison in Old Yharnam, maybe the church was pushing these antidotes onto them, and it was the belief that these tablets would heal them that eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge, because they thought that the poison was what was doing it and not the blood, right? So I've always kind of personally said that if the healing church wasn't just like, you know, in charge of all the church stuff and the worship of divine gods, it was also a church that worked very much so in a medical capacity, right? So maybe they were trying to kind of sweep everything under the carpet, and it was because of this that led to the spread of the beastly scourge, because maybe they were using the blood to try to heal the ashen blood ailments, and it was through the use of the blood that the spread of the beastly scourge actually happened. But it's all just supposition. You can also buy Bolt Hunter's marks now. This image, the image upon this parchment, allows one to envision the rune with clarity. Allows a hunter to awaken again without losing blood echoes, a trick that seems nearly too good to be true. So we use the mark that's in our head to wake up at the checkpoint but lose our echoes. But if we use a piece of parchment to envision that rune, we're able to retain the blood echoes that we've gathered along the way. Hunter Chief Emblem, a cloth emblem that belonged to the captain of the church hunters long ago, opens the main gate that leads to the round plaza of the great cathedral. The main gate is shut tight on nights of the hunts, and could only be opened from the other side with this emblem. In other words, the captain's return and this emblem determined the end of the hunt. So when we get around to this area that the Hunter Chief emblem opens, the gate is closed. So it not only implies that the hunt has been going on for quite a while, but it also implies that the captain probably never returned. And if we take a closer look at the emblem, it has the same icon and symbolism that we can see on the door that it opens as well, and I'll show that later on once we actually get there. We can now buy the Kerkhammer, a trick weapon typically used by healing church hunters. On the one side, an easily handled silver sword. On the other, a giant obtuse stone weapon characterized by a blunt strike and extreme force of impact. The church takes a heavy-handed, merciless stance towards the Blade of Beasts, an irony not lost upon the wielders of this most symbolic weapon. And it said in the description of the church hunter badge that a silver sword represented these healing church hunters. So there's hunters who were from the workshop and worked with Gehrman, and then there was the healing church hunters who had their own workshop. Repeating pistol, typically used by healing church hunters. Crafted with mostly metal parts and exhibiting a complex design, the repeating pistol fires 2 shots at once, making it a ravenous consumer of Quicksilver Bullets. Should be used sparingly compared to its workshop counterpart as the trump card in one's arsenal. So, the Evelyn does the most damage per individual bullets, but the repeating pistol does the most damage with 1 shot because it uses 2 bullets at once. Not sure if we can find Gehrman back here this early. Nope. So Gilbert told us to check out the bridge and go across to the Cathedral Ward, but if we try to go through the gate behind the Cleric Beasts, it's clearly locked and there's no way to get through there.
You're safe, thank goodness. But I'm afraid nothing will change. I cannot open the door. I'll do what I can, of course. Perhaps this will help you, if only in some small way.
So Yosefka will stick around there until we defeat Gascoigne and proceed to the next area. But as long as Gascoigne is still alive, we can continuously go back to Yosefka for a new vial once we've used it up. Nice.
Yes, I see. But the Great Bridge is the only way to the Cathedral Ward. And during the hunt, the bridge is closed. You could try the aqueduct. There's a rather, how shall I put it, colourful area south of the Great Bridge. From there, an aqueduct leads to the Cathedral Ward. Not a place you'd normally want to visit, but I don't imagine you have much of a choice, do you?
So an aqueduct is just a place through which water travels from one end of the city to another. So he's basically telling us to go to the sewers and try to find a way across through that way. I guess I already have all this stuff opened up, don't I? I want to go around this way, though. Oops.
Do you know of any safe places? I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough. Well, if you hunters got off your asses, you wouldn't be in this mess. You're obligated to help me, you hear? So what'll it be? Are you going to tell me you're not?
No.
Yeah, I should have known. You're good for nothing. No respect for the elderly is what that is. Yeah. That little good you outsiders do. Go on. Admit it. You think we're all mad, don't you? Well, go and stuff it. I know all your tricks.
When you read a note foul, the messengers cry and sob. Lamau.
Oh. A hunter, are you? And an outsider? What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights. Here, to welcome the new hunter. Prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now.
Now that line is kind of interesting because we've already run into people who are still human, and even people who remain human throughout the rest of the playthrough. So later on, if we end up fighting Eileen, she sees all hunters as killers, and she says that hunters need to be killed. So I've often wondered if maybe Eileen's perception of things is starting to go, because there's definitely still some humans left. But in the eyes of a new hunter, you know, this is still one of the worst nights that's ever happened so far. So far, you know.
Still lingering about. What's wrong? A hunter unnerved by a few beasts. No matter. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beasts themselves. What are you still doing here? Enough trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt.
So she gives us some free bold hunter's marks along the way, so we don't have to buy them or farm them up. And she also gives us a new emote. One of the default emotes is sit down, and if you accidentally use the gesture motion control for it, you'll be shit out of luck while an enemy wails on you. So I usually swap it out for the brush off cape because you can still even move while you're doing it. It doesn't completely incapacitate you like sit down does. If we go over here, we can fall down without taking as much fall damage. Oops. Here we can get a better look at the horns these guys have. And like I said before, the game doesn't classify these enemies as beasts. So even though they're more transformed than some of the other guys that we've seen, they don't take more serrated or fire damage. Nice. Very good. The triple! The triple! Excellent. Alright, here's one of the more important items in the game, because the pretense we've kind of had throughout playing Bloodborne is that it's kind of like werewolves in London, and that's about it, you know. We're hunters who are people that are employed to go and fight beasts, and the town has been overrun by a sickness that turns people into beasts, and there's all these moon references and moonlit night, and the moon being in the hunter's dream. So it's all very much rooted in our ability to fend off and defend the town from these werewolves. But once we find Madman's knowledge, we kind of flip the story on its head a little bit. Skull of an enlightened madman, used to gain insight. Skull of a madman touched by the wisdom of the great ones, used to gain insight. Making contact with eldritch wisdom is a blessing, for even if it drives one mad, it allows one to serve a grander purpose for posterity. So the two big things here are Great Ones and Eldritch Wisdom. I knew about H.P. Lovecraft and Cthulhu and that sort of stuff before I started playing, but I didn't really go headlong into those stories and their meaning and everything, and the implications behind knowledge and madness and cosmic horror and that sort of stuff until much later on. So when I first read this item, I was like, okay, use it to gain insight, gotcha. Like, I didn't really care about anything else. But the Great Ones are a reference to the Great Old Ones in H.P. Lovecraft's lore. And the Great Old Ones are these cosmic beings beyond human perception. Like, it's not just that they're so big that they're beyond our perception, it's that if we were able to perceive their image or hear their voice, our small, feeble human brains couldn't process the information properly, and it would cause us to immediately go insane. So the wisdom of the Great Ones implies that there are these very similar kind of cosmic beings that might be responsible for the stuff that's going on in the game. And Eldritch is a word that I believe H.P. Lovecraft came up with in an effort to describe this aspect of these beings and the knowledge of these beings. And Eldritch Wisdom is loosely translatable as the cosmic knowledge of stuff that is greater than the world that we know. So when we're talking about Great Ones and the world beyond humanity and our ability to perceive these things, these all fall underneath the blanket of Eldritch Wisdom. Eldritch Wisdom you could basically just say that it's knowledge of the Great Ones and their existence, not just the ability to perceive them, but even to know that they exist is profound enough to have these long-lasting effects and cause the brain to go mad. Cosmic horror is the implication that the universe is so vast and uncaring, and like there's just so much stuff in the universe that the triviality of the human experience means absolutely nothing. So that when we think about all these things that we think are important in our lives, our relationships with the people that we love, the shortness of our lives that leads to a fear of morality, the universe cares not about any of this stuff, even though we claim to deem that it's vastly important. You know, so cosmic horror is knowledge of the vastness of the universe and the inability to withstand the weight of that knowledge. And when it says that it allows one, Eldritch Wisdom is a blessing, for even if it drives one mad, it allows one to serve a grander purpose for posterity. Even if we go mad from this knowledge, it's still considered a blessing given to us by the gods, or beings that we might be perceived as gods. And when we have these skulls of a forgotten madman, and we use them, we gain the knowledge that madman had. We gain the memories that this person had within their mind. So, posterity is the ability to pass on information or your own existence from one to the next. So, the name of this forgotten madman doesn't exist anymore, but the knowledge they possessed now lives on within us. And like I was saying before, when we pick up this item and we learn about the cosmic horror nature of this game, it kind of flips the story on its head from being just about werewolves to being something much, much bigger. And if we take a look at the skull, we can see that the part of it that's opening up, we can see that there's this image of a cosmic slug and this kind of like cosmic space stuff coming up out of the skull. Please don't shoot me. Where are all the men? Oh, they're over there. Okay, that's fine. Guess I don't need those other things. There's a neat little trick you can do over here. If you want to skip all this stuff and not fight anything, you can just come out from this room and then scoot along over here. And yeah, these are the aqueducts, the sewers that Gilbert was talking about. These levers and pulleys here would have been used to, you know, move heavier objects from up here and down there. I'm not necessarily sure why there's boats in the sewers, now that I think about it. I mean, I know there's water down here, but maybe in order to maintain the aqueducts, they would just use boats to go through. And you can see here that there's like a bunch of drainage pipes and everything as well. So maybe they use the aqueducts to transport goods in and out of the area. We can see other examples of these kind of pulleys and levers in the research hall as well, because they would have been used to lift up the giant gears that comprise the astral clock tower. There's two different examples of oil urns being hidden by objects, and crows sitting there looking at them, trying to... Miyazaki and the team at FromSoft like to use enemies to guide players towards items. So we can see even these crows here. They block off the path to this ledge, but they're also looking towards it the whole time. How dare you? This game has a lot of really long ladders in it. Huge ladders. Now usually these windows that we can talk to people through, they have incense, letting us know that we can talk to somebody there. But in this one, the incense is all gone, and we only have the light under the door to guide us.
Wretched outsider. Trying to fool me to open this door. Heavens, the depths of depravity.
From the hunt, and she went to find him, but now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared.
Now there's a few options throughout the game where we can refuse and then it doesn't have a consequence, but if we refuse here, it blocks off the rest of the quests.
Really? Oh, thank you. My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it. Oh, I mustn't forget. If you find my mum, give her this music box.
So there's the music box that we could hear the song coming from before.
It plays one of Daddy's favourite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. Mum's so silly running off without it.
When Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. A little gameplay hint there for you.
My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it. Oh, and if you find her, give her this music box. Please, I know you can do it.
So I think that's everything I can do up until going to fight Gascoigne. Where's the music box? There it is. A small music box received from a young Yharnam girl plays a song shared by her mother and father. Inside the lid is a small scrap of paper, perhaps an old message. Two names can be made out, however faintly: Viola and Gascoigne. Where am I going? Alright, so this is the bridge that we gain access to through the aqueduct, which is where Gilbert told us to go from. And there we can see the rest of Cathedral Ward, up above the rest of Central Yharnam. Down this way, this is the church that we fight the Blood-Starved Beast in. And if we look over this way, we can see Old Yharnam. It's kind of hard to make out with the without the monocular. But this entire area here is Old Yharnam. There's where Jura starts shooting at us, right above my head here. This path eventually leads us down to where the boss is. And there's a bunch of assets missing because the game's engine can't process stuff from too far away. But when I get to Old Yharnam, I'll look back across this way and show you how it all lines up. But yeah, right below us is the Church of the Good Chalice, where we fought the Blood-Starved Beasts. This is new game, but this is by no means my first playthrough. I've got about 1,500 hours in this game. I wouldn't know this much about the game if I was on my first playthrough. Ah, damn it. I accidentally didn't RP walk. Feels bad. That was close. Got some extra shards along the way. That feels good.
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Thanks, man. Yeah, this is probably my 40th or 50th lore playthrough through the game.
I hate you, and I think
Yo, thanks for the follow, man.
Your voice, there's no room on this paper to properly describe how much I hate you. Don't die.
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it seems to me
I hate
it's enough
you,
to make a man
and I
sick.
think you should die. You are an idiot, and I hate your voice. There's no
Oh, making the trunk. Thanks for the follow.
Describe how much I hate you. Go die.
So when we fight Gascoigne, we can stun him with the music box. The little girl told us that They play the song for Daddy so that he can remember when he forgets who he is. So he has 3 phases throughout the fight. The first phase, he has the one-handed axe. Second phase, he transforms the axe and uses it in 2-handed form. And the third phase of the fight is when he transforms into a beast. Technically, you can use the music box once per phase if you want to get the most out of it. But I'm not sure if you can use it more than once after he turns into a beast. You can use it twice while he's human and then like once while he's a beast or something like that. There's like a limitation to it. You can't just like stun lock him throughout the entire fight. But we were sent on a quest from his daughter to look for his mother. We know that the father went out on a night of the hunt and never came back, and that the mother went out and went to look for him. And when we go up this way, we can see a big old pool of blood leading us to the corpse of a woman who has a bright red brooch. A woman's bright red brooch engraved with the name Viola. Perhaps the jewel is a gift from a hunter, used to change into a droplet bloodjam that fortifies any weapon. With the proper workshop tool, various weapons can be fortified. So we can give the brooch to the girl, or we can use it to turn it into a gem. I usually just end up turning it into a brooch and then giving it to the... Or I usually just end up giving it to the girl on these playthroughs. But I was told you can still turn it into a gem and then have her get eaten by the pig or whatever. So... Not sure what I'm going to do. I don't really want to use the gem, to be honest, but I'll probably just give it to her for lore's sake, I guess. So Gascoigne used to be a hunter, and like us, he was a hunter who came from a foreign land. The title of father, he's not just called Father Gascoigne because he's the father of the little girl. He's also called Father Gascoigne because it was a title given to him from a church in another land. And there's a few examples of hunters from other lands who came to Yharnam. Gascoigne, Eileen, the player character, maybe a few others. But many people came to Yharnam for many different reasons, either to get healed by the blood, or possibly to seek pale blood, which is what we heard at the beginning of the game before we received the transfusion. Now the interesting thing about Gascoigne and Viola and the brooch is that, where was I gonna... There's the story about a Greek guy called Oedipus. And Oedipus is a dude who... There's a lot more detail to the story, but TLDR, he killed his mother so that he could... or he killed his father so that he could have sex with his mother. But then when he found out that the woman was his mother, he ended up gouging his eyes out with a brooch. So not only does Gascoigne have his eyes covered because he is more beastly, people who end up turning into beasts usually have their eyes covered to prevent them from gaining insight, but this also makes them more beastly. But it may also be influenced by the story of Oedipus, because we fight Gascoigne at the Tomb of Odin. Odin is a great one who is formless, but is represented by blood. And the name Odin could be a loose reference to the story of Oedipus. And it's just another example about how, even though there may not be a direct relation between the stories, the influences that made Miyazaki come up with these characters and these tales, they aren't just from the movies and books that he read. They're from multiple different mythologies and folklore and myths and folktales and that sort of stuff. So this boss arena is the Tomb of Odin, and if we look at the Odin or at Odin's tomb, it almost kind of looks like it's bursting up from the ground. Like it almost looked like it raised up from the ground below. And there's a couple other interesting details. If we look here, It's kind of hard to make out without the monocular, but there is a depiction of a bunch of forest creatures, including a deer, and there's a guy in there as well. I'll take a closer look at the monocular once I get it and come back later. But I think it was like Saint Albert or Saint Rupert or something like that, who was a hunter who, I think he ended up getting sick with some sort of ailments, and it was kind of like rabies or something, and he also ended up communing with God through nature. Like a lot of ancient stories about hunters, they don't necessarily just hunt creatures in order to sustain themselves. They hunt creatures and respect the death of these creatures as a way to do honor to God and divinity and these sort of things, like blessing your meal before you eat it and that sort of stuff. But a lot of it's just supposition, because it appears to be a dude surrounded by animals talking to a deer. And I think Saint Rupert was the most obvious example of that. If we look around the boss arena here, we can see more of these particle-looking things. The kind of dust, or whatever you want to interpret it as. And like I was saying before, when we use Cold Blood, or even when we level up, we can see very similar kind of particles swirl around us and then go into our bodies and everything. So if we find these not only in some of the boss areas, but around like different grave sites and stuff like this, I've often wondered if there's some sort of link between these sprites and like dust particles and the echoing will of the people that have died throughout Yharnam. But it's obviously all just supposition. Yeah, Oedipism. Yeah, Oedipism. I forgot to mention that. Thank you. Oedipus's name, and possibly even Odin's name, is Oedipism is to remove the eye of somebody. If you removed somebody's eye, it would be Oedipism, and if you removed your own eyes, it would be like auto-Oedipism or something like that. And there's a direct link between the insights and the knowledge of the universe being represented by eyes, and the people who are represented as beasts covering their eyes so that they don't learn enough about the universe to have that happen. Key to the gate that blocks the Tomb of Odin. Beyond the tomb, Odin Chapel can be found in the center of the Cathedral Ward. Only today the church is abandoned, and some say that the residents of Odin have all gone mad. Technically it's supposed to be pronounced Eden, or Eden, or something like that, but I always just refer to it as Odin, because it's easier to say, and it sounds less confusing. Now this little room is kind of a departure from the aesthetic of the rest of Yharnam. There's a whole shit ton of books here, and these astrolades, which are tools used to measure the movement of stars and other astral bodies. We can find a bunch of these in Bergenworth. As well, this little door here that seals up the ladder, we can see very similar assets in Bergenworth when we eventually get there. And we also have this handwritten note here. The Bergenworth Spider hides all manner of rituals and keeps our lost master from us. A terrible shame. It makes my head shudder uncontrollably. So head shuddering uncontrollably is a clear sign of mental issues, whether it be dementia or otherwise. And this is the first mention that we've heard of Bergenworth. I don't think any of the NPCs we've run into mention Bergenworth. And the notion behind the Bergenworth Spider hiding all manner of rituals and keeping our lost master from us is because Vacuous Rom hides the nature of the Mensis ritual from people who aren't privy to that information. So it isn't until we kill the Bergenworth Spider that the Mensis ritual is revealed to us. If this is an area from Bergenworth, and this note mentions the Bergenworth Spider, I would usually believe that the Lost Master is probably Willem, because my personal opinion is that Willem has passed on and we only interact with like a spirit of his, but that wouldn't really necessarily make sense because when we fight or when we attack Willem, like blood comes out of him. His body does fade away like he's a spirit, but there's a few different other items that we can get later on that say that in Willem's final days he meditated on the lake, and there's a few different items that imply that Willem is in fact dead, but it's all kind of up in the air, I suppose. It could also refer to Mikolash. A lot of the stuff here is a reference to Bergenworth and everything, but I would kind of want to believe that Mikolash might be a higher ranking member of the School of Mensis, and the School of Mensis ended up finding their way to the Nightmare. So it kind of makes sense in both ways that way, because Mikolash is lost in the Nightmare, and Willem is presumably dead and lingering. So it could mean both things. There's also an item that refers to him as Master Willem. I believe it's the Rune Workshop tool that lets us use the runes later on. It directly refers to him as Master Willem, and the person who's in charge of a school can have multiple titles like Dean and Professor and all this other sort of stuff, but they are essentially the master of that school. So could go either way, I suppose. But I think the astrolades here are the clearest sign that it's likely referring to Bergenworth and Willem. But, you know, Mikolash also wears the student uniform, so he's obviously a part of Bergenworth as well. Bloodjam Workshop Tool, a misplaced workshop tool from the Hunter's Dream. The Hunter who retrieves this can fortify weapons by kneading blood gems into them. Blood gems add properties to weapons when used to fortify them, as blood defines an organism. So you would place a gem inside the socket at the bottom there, and then use the crank to press the gem into the items, or weapons in this case. How do we call the creature in red that blinds and smells us? I'm not really sure what you mean there, man. Why did my screen go? There we go. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, I'm not really sure what you mean by creature in red. But the most important thing to remember about Odin is that he doesn't have a form. So we never see Odin, nor does Odin inhabit other people or creatures that we see, because he doesn't have a form. He is formless. He can only be inferred through his whispering and his interaction with blood. God, this game doesn't even have lore. There's like 3 cutscenes, and in one of the cutscenes, the guy just literally opens a door. Ugh, this game doesn't have any lore at all. What's the story? What's going on? I don't even know anything. Ugh, unbelievable.
You must be a hunter. Very sorry. The incense must have masked your scent. Good, good. I've been waiting for one of your ilk. These hunts have everyone all locked up inside, waiting for it to end. It always does. Always has, you know, since forever. But it won't end nicely. Not this time. Even some folks hiding inside are going bad. The screams of women folk, the stench of blood, the snarls of beasts, none of them's too uncommon now. Yharnam's done for, I tell ya. But if you spot anyone with their wits about them, tell them about this here Odin chapel. They'll be safe here. The incense wards off the beasts. Spread the word. Tell them to come on over, if you wouldn't mind.
So now we have information about a safe place, so we can tell people to come here if they're seeking refuge.
I know I shouldn't be asking you, but if you happen upon someone while hunting, tell them about this here Odin chapel, if they seem worth being told, that is. Oh, and I do sincerely hope they are.
Oh yeah. Now this guy is the chapel dweller. He's just well, he seems to be just a dude who wants us to tell people to come here so that they can seek refuge. But if we were to kill him, he would drop an Odin rune. The people who drop runes relating to Odin are being influenced by his whispers. So, one of the aspects of the Great Ones and of the Old Ones in H.P. Lovecraft lore is that if they can't directly speak to you, they'll often whisper to your mind across great distances and influence you to do things. So the people who are being influenced by Odin are either compelled to attack us, like in the case of the nun over here, or this guy might even want us to bring people here so that Odin can find a suitable person to impregnate, as we'll find out later on. But no, this is just a normal person. He's not a creature, he's just blind and kind of creepy. I actually killed this dude on my first playthrough because he seemed too creepy for me to handle, so yeah, that was kind of funny. And no, I believe that the person they're waiting for in the lecture building is Willem, because the lecture building is separate from Bergenworth, right? So they're not necessarily in the same place anymore. Duh. Here we have a church servant. That's what these types of enemies are called. They've got a very similar look to Tumerians, but I'm not necessarily sure if they are Tumerians or not. They could just be people that the church experimented on, for all we know. So here we have Cathedral Ward, a district of the town that's owned and operated by the Healing Church. And this is one of the only types of enemies that actually get affected by insight. Once you reach 15 insight, these guys get extra buffs on their weapons and even some extra abilities in some cases. A crude wooden shield used by the masses who have arisen to join the hunt. Hunters do not normally employ shields. effectual against the strength of the beasts as they tend to be. Shields are nice, but not if they engender passivity. So the way to play Demon Souls and Dark Souls is usually to stack endurance and run around holding L1 and blocking with your shield the entire time. But if you try to block with this shield in Bloodborne, you take damage even if you do manage to block them. It's really only useful against certain projectiles like bullets and stuff like that, but you still take a little bit of damage even if you manage to block with it. So the difference between Dark Souls and Bloodborne is that you have to play Dark Souls really defensively and back away and retreat should you take damage. But because of the nature of the dash in this game and how it's a little bit faster and how you can rally potential once you've taken damage and everything, Bloodborne lends itself into a much more aggressive nature. So that's what it means about engendering passivity, is that you're supposed to be aggressive in Bloodborne and then passive in Dark Souls to survive. And it also makes sense too, like if you are using a shield and your opponent is simply too strong, or they have a giant two-handed club-like weapon, your shield is just gonna crumple and break your fucking arm, so there's not really a point in using it in certain combat situations. And the beasts that we generally run into in this game are much, much bigger than the player character. Top hat, worn by hunters who admire formality. Some hunters place an emphasis on form, as seen by the use of the threaded cane. For them, formality, beauty, and justice are the very essence of our humanity, and precisely what keeps hunters from becoming something else. So the notion that hunters have to consistently remind themselves of what makes them human unless the bloodlust encroaches upon their soul, which is what we read about in the threaded cane description. Bloodlust of the hunt, never encroaching upon the soul, and using their garb and these ceremonies to remind them of their humanity. There's no implication that neither Mikolash or Lawrence were professors. The only person we can title professor is Willem. Well, they are church servants, and they do look kind of weird, so I've always contested that they were, like, experimented on by the church or something like that. But, I've often wondered why insight doesn't affect more creatures. Like, there's a misconception that having more insight makes the game harder, but it literally only affects the church servants and then the frenzy that we can be afflicted by later on in terms of difficulty. You could also say that it affects the difficulty of the Witches of Hemwick fight, because having insight causes the madmen to spawn. But I really feel like it should affect more creatures and it should affect more bosses, because it would be an interesting way to scale up the difficulty by consuming a resource that we might otherwise want to spend on something else. It also kind of seems like a missed opportunity that maybe they just didn't have enough time to implement, maybe, for all we know. If we look in the distance, we can see Upper Cathedral Ward, and there's the Grand Cathedral later on with the research hall. I know they look like Tumerians, but the only Tumerians that are that tall are like the elders and the descendants and stuff like that. So I would say that there is enough evidence to say that if they're not Tumerians, the church was likely just doing experiments on stuff that they retrieved from the chalices. So the choir didn't invent the emissaries. They may have just used the blood from the emissaries they found in the chalices to create their own emissaries. The church maybe didn't come up with these giants, but maybe experimenting on the giants they found in the tombs led them to develop these things. And the same with the church servants. Maybe if the church servants aren't Tumerians themselves, maybe the church just got their hands on some Tumerian blood and then found out how to make them that way. Nothing really, you know, we can't really know for sure, to be honest. You can tell that they're servants too, because these guys have like chains on their legs and ankle bracelets and stuff. Maybe not chains, but they definitely have the ankle bracelets. Do these church guys count as beasts? Does it look like a beast? No, of course they aren't beasts. If it's not covered in fur and it doesn't have giant fucking claws, it's not a beast. Oof. Yikes, yikes. Alright, finally got the visceral on it. Jesus. Give it to me. Give it to me. Oh god, oh god. Was a little bit scuffed. So I don't have the Hunter Chief emblem. I don't really want to buy it either. But if we look here, actually let me get the monocular and come back up here. Bloodborne is probably my favorite devil, but I think they all have something kind of unique to offer. Like, Bloodborne has like the cool magic and all like the variety of weapons that you can use. Bloodborne has all the Lovecraft stuff and all the aggressive playstyle stuff that Dark Souls doesn't have. And then Sekiro just it's kind of hard to compare Sekiro to the other games, but you know, the mobility and the movements and all that sort of stuff in Sekiro is really sets it apart from the rest of the games as well. So Bloodborne is my favorite, but I kind of, that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate all the other ones. They're not wearing executioner garb. The shawl is a symbol of the church. It isn't a symbol of the executioners. Anybody who works for the church or is represented by the church has a shawl. Including the church giants and the servants. Maybe not the servants now that I think about it, but the giants do. Most important item in the game. Binocular used to view things up close, not a hunter's tool, but a simple antique to be used as one sees fit. Can we see old Yharnam from here? Might not even have to go back across to show old Yharnam. Where is old Yharnam? There's the bridge. Oh, there we go. So here's the door that takes us into old Yharnam in the first place. Here's where we can drop down and get the extra Bloodstone Shards. There's the bridge where we start seeing the beast patients. Here is about where Jura starts shooting at us. There's where Jura's companion is. And then Jura would be up here on the minigun looking out that way. So old Yharnam isn't necessarily like under Yharnam. It's off to the side and still slightly below it, I guess. But no, the shawl is a symbol of the church. It doesn't necessarily coincide with them being an executioner or not. So I don't necessarily agree with the theory that Ludwig used to be an executioner, because he's the first healing church hunter, and it's a symbol of the healing church. So it would make sense for healing church hunters to wear the shawl. It's by no means unique to the executioners, though. Bloodjam that fortifies weapons and adds various properties. Bloodgems are especially rare bloodstones that grow on cold blood. Bloodgems are kneaded into weapons using workshop tools, but only when of matching shape. Most radial bloodgems have effects that bear upon physical attacks. So now we got a couple decent gems. I'm kind of debating whether I want to use the brooch or not, just to experiment, but I'm also not completely sure. Yikes. Yikes. Jeez. Ugh, the spin. Not even sure why I'm fighting this guy, to be honest. Nice. That's what I get. That's what I get. Ugh. Jesus Christ, it's hot in here. Yeah, it's the Executioner garb says that it was the base, or I can't remember the exact words that they used, but the Executioner garb was the basis for all church attire. But I'm sure that if Ludwig was associated with the Executioners, they would have called him, you know, the first Executioner, or something like that, not just first hunter of the church. Now I gotta fight this fucking thing. Easy. Just 10,000 echoes on the line, no big deal. So there's only two ways you can proceed through the game at this point. You can go to Old Yharnam and unlock the door that way, or you can spend the 10,000 echoes and buy the Hunter's Chief Emblem. I always go through Old Yharnam first because I don't like spending the echoes. If you're on New Game Plus or anything, it's obviously a different story because 10,000 echoes on New Game Plus is a mere penance. Cool whiff. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Ugh. You know what? You guys are getting the fire. There's even enemies in the Chalice dungeons that use a ball and chain type weapon. Makes me jealous.
You're a beast hunter, aren't you? I knew it. That's precisely how I started out. Oh, beg pardon. You may call me Alfred, protege of Master Ligurius, hunter of vile bloods. So, what say you? Our prey might differ, but we are hunters, the both of us. Why not cooperate and discuss the things we've learned?
I guess Ligurius is the other person that has the title of Master, but he's in no way related to Bergenworth or the Mensis Ritual.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to celebrate our acquaintance.
Take this.
Beast hunting is a sacred practice. May the good blood guide your way. There must be oodles for us to share. Go on. Just tell me what piques your interest.
So does anybody in the chat recognize the voice actor who portrays Alfred?
As you know, the Healing Church is the fountainhead of blood healing. Well, I'm a simple hunter, quite unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the institution. But I have heard that the holy medium of blood healing is venerated in the main cathedral, and that counselors of the old church reside in the high stratum of the Cathedral Ward. If you seek blood healing, and the church is willing, you should pay them a visit. Bergenworth is an old place of learning, and the Tomb of the Gods, carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Bergenworth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. In this sense, everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Bergenworth. But today, the college lies deep within a tangled wood, abandoned and decrepit. And furthermore, the Healing Church has declared Bergenworth forbidden ground. It's unclear how many of its scholars remain alive, but only they know the password that allows passage through the gate.
Hi Fausti, hi Nicholas. You guys have been here before. You already know the answer. You're cheating. Cheaters. How dare you? So we don't really learn a whole lot about the Healing Church here. We know that the Grand Cathedral is where the blood is venerated. Gilbert also told us before that the Healing Church, or the Grand Cathedral, might be the source of the healing blood. And that's essentially why Alfred here refers to the Grand Cathedral as the fountainhead of blood healing. A fountainhead is like the source of a font of power. So a fountain is a source of water. So the Grand Cathedral is the source of blood healing. And if you think about Fountainhead Palace in Sekiro, the Fountainhead Palace is where the waters of the divine realm run off and go everywhere else. So a fountainhead is a source of power or a source of a resource, usually water or some other sort of liquid and blood and stuff like that. When we talk about Bergenworth, we find out a little more about there, but I think the most notable thing is that there was a scholar at Bergenworth who took forbidden blood and essentially started the Vial bloodline. We don't really know who the hell this could have been. It could have been any scholar from Bergenworth, but I don't necessarily believe it would have been Lawrence, because it wouldn't make sense for Lawrence to steal blood from himself, give it to his enemies, and then forge a whole group of people dedicated to killing those enemies. But maybe if he wanted to cover up the fact that he gave it to those people, maybe that's a good enough reason, you know, maybe there is some truth to it, but it's all supposition. All we know for sure, based on the dialogue, is that it was a scholar from Bergenworth.
I bid you farewell. It has been a pleasure. May the good blood guide your way.
But yeah, Alfred and Solaire are voiced by the same person, and they even share a similar line of dialogue where once their quest reaches an apex, they both share the line of "I've done it, I have," as they insanely laugh into the night. You find a lot of Madman's knowledge throughout the game on the corpses of church members, and that guy is wearing the black church outfit. We've got another one down here. This room here is the room with the lantern where we eventually go to fight Ludwig in the Hunter's Nightmare. Same kind of room. It even has a similar staircase that goes down and leads off somewhere else. We can also find the same assets used in when we come up into the Nightmare Grand Cathedral. We exit a very similar staircase, and it's got the same kind of corpse laid down as we see above here. We see a couple different iterations of this bound ailing person as well, usually around like ritual altars and in the Grand Cathedral and stuff that relates to the Grand Cathedral. And this place in itself is also a cathedral, it's just not a grand one, I suppose. But if you remember the checkpoint where you go to fight Ludwig, it's the exact same room, because the Hunter's Nightmare is comprised of various areas throughout Cathedral Ward and Central Yharnam, and kind of like a nightmarish mismatch of all those things and places. I'm getting really lucky with these Bloodstone Shards. And I fuck up the jump. Feels bad. I already have some... Wait, do I have antidotes? No, I do not. Yeet! Oh. Thought that was a sure thing.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Get some skill up finally.
Farewell, good hunter.
Get these gems in this weapon.
The moon is close. It will be a long hunt tonight. If the beasts loom large and threaten to crush your spirits, seek a holy chalice, as every hunter before you has. A holy chalice will reveal the tomb of the gods, where hunters partake in communion.
As every hunter before you has.
Most of the holy chalices lie deep within the tomb of the gods, and the few that found their way to the surface were lost again in the hands of men. But if the old hunter tales remain true, one of the holy chalices is worshipped in the valley hamlet. Yet the town is in disarray. It was burned and abandoned for fear of the scourge. Home now only to beasts. The perfect place for a hunter, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, sounds great. Bah. Thanks, Fausty. I appreciate it, man. Wait, that's probably better off in my... Oh, I can't put the other gems into the weapon, though. Rip. Once we kill Gascoigne, we can buy his clothes. And we can even use the garb for one of the quests later on. Hunter attire worn by Father Gascoigne. Similar to hunter garb created at the workshop, only these are tainted by a pungent beastly stench that eats away at Gascoigne. Father is a title used for clerics in a foreign land, and there is no such rank in the healing church. So, even though he is the father of the little girl, Father is also a rank that was given to him by another church. And usually, it's not necessarily given to like higher ranking clerics. I guess you might refer to those people as clerics as well, but usually if they're like a pastor or somebody like that, you would refer to them as father or like shepherd of the flock or something to that extent. I don't have any adornments for those guys. Already bought everything else I can buy. Might as well just proceed to Old Yharnam. He's associated with Bergenworth, yeah, but we don't know much about Carol. Well, I'm not really sure if we can associate him with Bergenworth. The Rune Workshop tool mentions that Willem would have appreciated Carol because the runes don't rely upon blood in any measure, but that doesn't necessarily associate them with each other directly, right? No, but isn't he referred to as the runesmith of Bergenworth? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the rune workshop tool refers to him as the runesmith of Bergenworth. So yeah, he is associated with them. I was supposed to buy the hand lantern. That's what I forgot. Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Alright, so here we have female beast patients. The male beast patients don't have their heads covered, but the females have their heads covered. And that's how they're referred to as in the art book and the guides. Apart from the female ones having the head coverings, they also deal poison damage. Torch formed by wrapping a pine resin drenched cloth around the end of a long stick, once used in Old Yharnam. Designed to incinerate beasts and victims touched by the scourge. Its fire damage is highly effective against beasts. Hey, Nerdy, how's it going? Burb. Scrim. Now, the torch is actually effective in this area. It's usually just used to like light up areas, but the male beast patients are afraid of the flame that it emits, so it doesn't necessarily prevent them from attacking you, but it does discourage them from doing so. So there we can see the two bridges. There's the bridge that takes us to Gascoigne. There's the bridge that takes us to Cleric Beasts. And this ledge up here is roughly where I found the monocular before.
You there! Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once. Old Yharnam, burned and abandoned by men, is now home only to beasts. They are of no harm to those above. Turn back, or the hunter will face the hunt.
So the message that was on the door said, "This place long abandoned, hunters not wanted here." So of course we stroll right in, and then we receive another warning from another hunter who says that the beasts that we find here they can't proceed to the rest of the village. They're locked down in this place. But if we proceed to go forward and we mess with them, then the hunter will face the hunts. So you can see how he kind of covers his hand, or brings his hand up and covers his face. He's afraid of the fire, but he'll still attack you. So you gotta be careful. Actually did more damage than I thought it was going to. The Hunter Torch does significantly more damage. Twice as much damage as the original one. And it's got more durability as well and better arcane scaling. Ooh. 1.4%, let's go. It's better than either of the gems that I have already. You can kind of see Jura over there. There's a little bit of a weird glitch with him. You can always... The game is always rendering Jura, no matter how far away you are from him in Old Yharnam, and until you get to the lower segments. But you can see how it kind of looks like he has like huge hair or something. His cape is being rendered above his model because we're too far away from him. So you can just barely make out that he's moving a little bit. But for some reason, it puts his cape way above his head. So if you want to bloodlet a corpse, if you want to drain a corpse of its blood, you would string them up this way by their feet and then cut a major artery along their neck or somewhere else, I guess, and you would let the blood run out of them. You do this when you are hunting. Like if you want to drain a deer that you've hunted of its blood, you would do the same thing. You'd string it up and then cut its neck. And if we take a close look at the way the body is arranged, with the legs together and the hands bound above the head, we start to see the similarities between these corpses and the Hunter's Mark. Like I said before, the Hunter's Mark is a dangling upside down rune etched in one's mind, but we never actually see this rune inverted at any point throughout the game. The rune itself represents the Hanged Man, which is not just a tarot card thing. The Hanged Man, I can't remember exactly what the Hanged Man represents, but apart from being a warning about death, it's also supposed to be like, the thing about tarot cards is they mean one thing, but they also mean another thing in the same light. So the Hanged Man represents a dead man hung, but it can also represent going into something new, and something else dying so that something new can come into its place. So in a lot of ways, the Hanged Man represents us, the player character, because we've left our previous life behind in order to become a hunter. Or now that we've found ourselves as a hunter, I should say. Let me just look that up to make sure. I hate talking about stuff without actually verifying it. The Hanged Man is the 12th trump or major arcana card in most traditional tarot decks. It is used in game playing as well as in divination. Divination is deriving divine meaning from mundane objects, like cards. It depicts a pillitura infamente, an image of a man being hanged upside down by one ankle. This method of hanging was a common punishment at the time for traitors in Italy. The Hanged Man is the card that suggests ultimate surrender, sacrifice, or being suspended in time. Being suspended in time also relates to the hunter because we're trapped in our own night of the hunt until we find a way to escape it. If the card is upright, it represents breaking old patterns, circumspection, letting go, metamorphosis, and suspension. If it is reversed and upside down, it can represent egotism, inability to change, or missing an opportunity. I know that everybody just thinks that Bloodborne is like a Lovecraft Dark Souls, but there is so much more to the symbolism and the imagery that goes hand in hand. There's references to tarot cards. There's references to Buddhism. There's so much stuff. And I found that as I read more into games like Control, which I've also done lore playthroughs of, and even, Dark Souls and Sekiro and those games, even when I'm not looking into Bloodborne specifically, I'm finding out things about the imagery in Bloodborne that relate to totally different things. So I don't necessarily believe in divination or the effect of tarot cards, but I do appreciate the fact that these images and their meanings refer to specific things that inspired these stories and how it just really makes more of an impact than just kind of brushing it off as being, oh, they're just ripping off H.P. Lovecraft. Like, there's so much more to these stories and the runes and the images, and it's pretty cool to figure all this sort of shit out as I go along.
You are a skilled hunter, adept, merciless, half cut with blood, as the best hunters are.
Half cut means half drunk. If you come back home after a night of drinking and you're still stumbling around the place, you're half cut, if not full cut. And blood drunkenness is a fate that no hunter can escape, after all.
Which is why I must stop you.
So, we find a whole bunch of corpses strung up like this in the chalices, as well as Old Yharnam. And the only way to get into the chalices in the first place is to kill the boss at the end of this area. Actually kind of want to get hit by the grab. Grab me. You can see how they have red glowing eyes underneath the shawl. Grab me. Puke. Please. Dang it, didn't do anything. Headshot. Okay, so I went through the building with all the exploding vases. You go across the bridge, and there's the crows here. Type 1 in the chat if you didn't know about this item right here. Two free fire paper if you sneak around this little corner here. I didn't find that stuff out until like a year ago. After like 4 years of playing the game. Wait. 5 years? But how long have I been playing this fucking game for? Jesus Christ. Too long. It's honestly surprising. Usually a lot more people don't know about it. Blood-tinged gemstone. Blood attack up 1.8. Damn, that's small. A blood gem that fortifies weapons and adds various properties. Blood gems are especially rare bloodstones that grow on cold blood. Circular blood gems are normally used to fortify firearms. So that, you can see how there's different gem shapes. The radials look like stars, the triangles are triangles, and guns are usually circle slots. This is also why the Shikage variant is so powerful, because one of the Shikages you can get, the Lost or whatever, it actually has a circle slot in it, so you can get some of the best blood-tinged gems in there. Yeah, you better run away. You better run away. I don't want to go mess with Jura quite yet. It's too early. So the sound that you can hear right now, the groaning, there's a bunch of beastie boys down here surrounding this strung up blood-starved beasts, and they're kind of performing some sort of ritual. Not sure if it's worship or something else, but this is the only example of this that we can find in the game. And I remember the first few times that I played, I would go through Old Yharnam and I'd go up that ladder, and I kept hearing the noise, but I never clued in as to where the noise is coming from. But all the beasts out here are arranged in a giant circle, kind of doing this ritual that we can see. So let's shed a little bit of light on the situation, shall we? Oops, oops. Oh, yeah, that was close. Ugh. I'll read that once the screaming stops. Whatever, I don't mind. Bloody messenger head bandage, accessory adored by naive messengers, imitating the bandages of scourge victims, unaware of their meaning. The spatters of blood give it a particularly nice touch. The inhabitants of the stump appear to have an interest in adornment. Why not let them be happy and revel as babes? So they're naive because they use these items and they adorn themselves with them, but they don't understand their meaning because they're not of this world. They're inhabitants of the nightmare. And when it says that why not let them be happy and revel as babes, I believe there's a fan theory where the messengers are actually like the spirits of the dead that have come back as messengers. And maybe there's some truth to that because they're inhabitants of the nightmare and everything. But the messengers, to me, seem like byproducts of these nightmares or dreams that are created. So when these new places are formed, the messengers are like, you know, babies newborn within these new areas. I'm not necessarily if they're reborn spirits of people or anything, but if they're truly inhabitants of the nightmare, then maybe whether they were originally people or not is kind of irrelevant, because their new forms mean they don't remember any of that stuff anyway. They are these newborn creatures that live within these nightmares and dreams that we explore. See, Bloodborne is a very difficult game, very punishing enemy AI, relentless attacks from these huge, threatening beasts. You don't have any time to react, you don't have any time to think. They just constant onslaught of claws and teeth, and you gotta be really aggressive, or the enemies just keep attacking you until you die. And yeah, very, very difficult game, extremely difficult. Yeah. It's kind of interesting that the enemies that poison you give you antidotes. But, you know, they did used to be people after all, right? Ouch. Whenever these ones scream, they're essentially alerting the other beasts to your location. So if you drop down this way and this one starts screaming, the ones from below will aggro onto you. Backstepping into a transform attack is so goddamn stylish. Makes me sick. Oh, I ran out of stamina. Oop. Kind of hoping for some more gems. Feels bad. So yeah, this is a Blood-Starved Beast. Blood-Starved Beast isn't unique by any means. We've got this one here, we've got the one that we fight as a boss, and there's also a few of them spread throughout the Chalice dungeons. And if we take a look here, we can see that the red skin flaps that kind of appear as a shroud around the character, you can see that it's actually the skin from their back pulled up and over their head. Ritual blood, ooh. Material used in a holy chalice ritual. One of the basic ingredients used to satiate a holy chalice is this incoagulable blood. When all is melted in blood, all is reborn. Oh, it never gets old. It fucking never gets old. God, I hate myself. Ugh. Sorry, I threw up in my mouth a little bit there. Perfect. Perfect. Let's watch it again. Yeah. Him bird, she scram. Burb, sorry, burb. This is that spot that I pointed out before. You can see the bridges way up there. If you're up at the bridge and then you look down this way, none of the assets here are loaded, but you can still make out the terrain. We can also see Spider-Wolf from across the way. He does whatever a Spider-Wolf can. Yeet! Worth it. You got jebaited. You got jebaited. That guy was Jura's companion. Jura's companion has a saw spear and the charred hunter outfit, which I gotta remember to get. And as far as I know, the minigun tells us that Jura had 3 companions. So there's the guy that just died. There was the guy with the minigun who drops the minigun. And I guess the other companion would be the guy who was wearing the charred hunter set, perhaps? Like the corpse we looted from. Otherwise, I couldn't really think of who the third companion might be, to be honest. These large beasts don't get scared by the torch, by the way. I'll work against them. Get some free pungy boys here. Think I don't hear you running around? Think I don't hear you? Get out of here.
Sorry, pal. We're gonna have to do this later.
Ollie, with the raid. Thank you, man. Welcome in, everybody.
Great day. Could you do that for me?
Ollie, I hope you have a great day. Thanks for the raid, man. Hi, I'm Devin Guy. I'm currently perusing through Old Yharnam on a Bloodborne lore and story playthrough. I've been doing these sorts of playthroughs for the better part of like 5 years or something. And I've kind of taken a break from Soulsborne, playing a lot of Battlefield 2042. But I'm trying to get back into the swing of things with Soulsborne as I prepare for Elden Ring. Where I'm not necessarily going to be focusing 100% on lore on my first Elden Ring playthrough, but it will definitely be a part of that playthrough as I attempt at figuring out that story and its brand new lore as well. So yeah, thanks again for the raid, man. I appreciate it, and it's going pretty all right. I'm making decent progress. I've had some funny moments happen so far, and I have some Beast Nuggies. Beast Blood Pellets. Giant medicinal pellet that grants short-lived beasthood. Large medicinal pellet, supposedly formed of coagulated beast blood, banned by the Healing Church due to their unclear origin, grants a spurt of beasthood. Ripping apart the flesh of one's enemies and being rained upon by their splattering blood invigorates one's sense of beasthood, feeding strength and euphoric feeling alike. So if you look at the gear we can get throughout the game, one of the stats on the gear is beasthood. What the fuck? Oh, Blair and Solly with the resub. Thanks, man. Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. Super appreciate it. Welcome back, dude. How do I... Isn't there a way to... like, look at all the different... Oh wait, it's in the stats menu, isn't it? There we go. So beasthood. The higher this attribute, the closer you are to beasthood when temporary transformed. So temporary transformed is when you use a beast blood pellet, you temporarily transform into a beast. The duration of the buff is the temporary transformation. And essentially what these items do is when you use a beast blood pellet, a bar fills up. The more full this bar is, the more damage you take, but also the more damage you deal out. So, you have a higher chance of taking way more damage than usual, but if you build up the meter high enough, you will do like 60% more damage or something like that. It's outrageous, to be honest. But it's kind of like a risk versus reward thing that lends into the aggressive nature of the game. Now, when it says that they were banned by the Healing Church due to their unclear origin, there's a couple different ways we can take this. Either because they represent beasthood, the Healing Church banned them outright because people who use these become more beastly. But I would say there's also evidence to suggest that the Healing Church might also be even be responsible for the creation of these objects, because we find a whole bunch of them in the research hall next to a bunch of blood ministers. And we also find a bunch of these in the Forbidden Woods. The woods were forbidden by the Healing Church, supposedly because Bergenworth has been long abandoned. But there's like 3 or 4 different spots in the woods we can find beast blood pellets just sitting on the ground. And we know that the people who were left behind, like Graveguard Dorez, were doing these like untidy rituals with the corpses of people that would venture into the woods. So, it wouldn't be so far off to assume that anything that the church has banned or forbade was likely due to their involvement in either their creation or why they were abandoned, for example. So we don't necessarily know where these things come from in particular. There is the suspicious beggar from the Forbidden Woods who will consume people in the Cathedral Ward if you end up taking him there at a certain point in his quest line. And he will consume people and then offer you beast blood pellets as a reward, kind of implying that he either turned them into the pellets or they're the only thing he has to offer aside from like blood cocktails or whatever else he can give you. But of course all of this is just speculation and assuming. We don't necessarily know where these things come from, but I think that the most standout evidence that the Healing Church might be involved in their development was finding the ones that we do in the research hall. And the 6 that you find here last well long enough into you going to the Forbidden Woods and then getting a bunch more there. But you have to be really careful when you're using them, because once you've run them out of the ones that you find on the ground, the only way to get them is to get all the way up to the upper Cathedral Ward and then spend insight. So you get a lot of them when you find them, but they're still a finite resource until you end up being able to spend insight to get more. So the best way to use the beast blood pellets is once you've learned a boss fight, use it once you've mastered the moveset, Otherwise, you'll probably just end up taking 40% more damage from a hit and getting wasted. Get a little shortcutty poo. And there's still more of the area for me to explore. Where'd that shortcut go? Ugh, first time playing. Y'all like ladders? Any ladderers in the chat? Anybody? This one's shiny and metal. I can't really do a Jesus impression, I'm sorry. I'm not bombastic enough. Where am I going again? Charred Hunter said. Reads chat once, runs into fire. Hey, there we go. What a thrill. Where? I forgot. Am I going the right way? Yes. I'm fucked that up pretty bad. So throughout the rest of Old Yharnam, if you whip a torch out, the male beast patients, they won't attack you as much, like they're afraid of the flame. But these beast patients, in this room in particular, not the ones I'm fighting right now, but the other ones, they don't actually fear the flame at all. So when I fight these guys, and I have the torch out, they simply do not care. It's only the beast patients that are in this building that don't fear the torch, which I've always found kind of interesting. I can't tell if it's just like a mistake in the coding. I don't really know if there's lore behind it, you know, like, I can't really think of a lore explanation for it, but it definitely makes the area more challenging, that's for sure. I don't necessarily like coming to the conclusion that there's no lore reason for stuff in these games, but we have to remember that, you know, as much as there is lore and story and it's all very deep and vague and all that stuff, sometimes the justification for why some things appear the way they do is because they still wanted to make a difficult game that catered to the vision that they had for the gameplay and everything. So, while 9 times out of 10 there's a justifiable lore reason for it, in terms of why these guys don't fear the torch, it's all speculation as far as I can tell. But coming to the conclusion that it's to make the area more difficult to deal with, it doesn't necessarily have to be unsatisfying, you know? As much as this is a game with a deep, dark story and everything, it is still just a video game. And sometimes it just boils down to design philosophy rather than a story and lore explanation. Sometimes, not all the time. A trick weapon crafted by the workshop heretics, the powder kegs. A prototype weapon serving as a simple firearm and spear, possibly created in imitation of a lost Canehurst weapon. Lacks any notable functions, saving that it is the only trick weapon with an attached gun. So the workshop heretics, the powder kegs, are a group of hunters that were employed in Old Yharnam not just to burn the place down, but to wipe out the remaining victims of the scourge that were left behind and survived the burning of Old Yharnam. When it says that it was possibly created in imitation of a lost Canehurst weapon, when we go to Canehurst we can find a weapon called the Reiter Palash, and the name Reiter Palash literally means rifle sword or rifle rapier. Basically any sword with a built-in gun would be considered a Reiter Palash, whether it's a rapier or not. But I believe the word Reiter loosely translates to a rapier in particular. There are examples of... I got him in a headlock. There have been examples of guns with... or swords with guns built into them found throughout history. I'm not sure if any of them necessarily worked. They could have just been for like decoration or whatever. But the name Rider Palash is also the name of a mech that was in the Armored Core series, which was also developed by FromSoft. Long before Dark Souls or Demon Souls or Bloodborne, one of the series that FromSoft worked on was Armored Core, which is a mech game, and I believe the Rider Palash mech, it was just like, he was like a smaller mech, but he had a fucking giant gun on his shoulder or something like that, if I remember correctly. The red moon hangs low, and beasts rule the streets. Are we left no other choice than to burn it all to cinders? Earlier in Central Yharnam, we read a note that said, when the hunt began, the healing church left us, sealing the gate, and then burning old Yharnam to the ground that moonlit night. So, not only did we find out that when the hunt began was when old Yharnam was burned to the ground, but the moonlit night was a red moon. Now, we aren't necessarily privy to the red moon yet, but that is not because it is not risen. The vacuous Rom, the Bergenworth Spider, hides all manner of rituals, and it is by means of hiding this ritual that the nature of the red moon is kept from the general public. So, whereas through the rest of the game, we proceed through the night, and it generally, it goes from sunset to nightfall. When we kill Vacuous Rom, it isn't because time has progressed, it's because Rom is literally responsible for hiding the red moon from our perception. So, the moonlit night, when Old Yharnam was burned to the ground, was a red moon night. So, this also means that the hunt began when the moon presence was getting up to their shit. So, Gurman also says that the moon looms large, and this means that the beasts are more dangerous and like greater in numbers, which is also because the moon presence is in direct ties with the beastly scourge and its nature. One of the staple articles of hunter attire fashioned at the workshop, a product of the scourge of the beast that once plagued Old Yharnam and culminated in the town's fiery cleansing. Designed to be highly resistant to fire, wearers of this attire hunted down victims of the scourge who survived the raging flames and stench of singed blood. The cape's dampness makes it highly resistant to fire. And if we take a look at the hunter's garb, we can see the similarities between the normal hunter's garb and the charred hunter garb. It's got the same kind of coat. It's got similar undergarments with a little bit more overhang, and the sleeves are just rolled up. So, it's essentially the same outfit, but charred and damp, and with a couple different adornments on it. It's also arguably the edgiest outfit you can have because of the cape. Very edgy cape, extremely edgy. That was close. Is there a quicker way to... Whoa! Oh yeah, also there's a floating statue. Because, lore, I guess, you know. Definitely not because of a patch that introduced it for no reason. Definitely lore. It's very deep. You guys wouldn't understand. I'm not even going to talk about it. Now this beast right here is the only one of these beasts that has red eyes. I believe he also does poison damage? It is poison damage with each attack. And he'll also occasionally like shake his head, although I don't believe shaking his head necessarily gets rid of the red eyes. Here we can see some of the similarities in the architecture between Old Yharnam and Central Yharnam, as well as a bunch more of the hanged man corpses. Now this guy right here, this is the same kind of statue that we can see in the Tomb of Odin, which I've always found kind of interesting. We don't see this asset reused too many times. I don't necessarily believe this represents Odin, but maybe it does. I don't know. We can also see he's got a very large soul patch. That's not his mustache. That's not his goatee. That's like the soul patch, like this little segment right here, like flowing out in both. Like that's a big fucking soul patch. Absolutely massive. This is the first scurrying beast you can find in the game. I believe they're either called Scurrying Beast or Wandering Madness. And you can see that it's just like a conglomeration of skulls and nightmare stuff all fused together. And these are essentially the crystal lizards of the game. If you manage to kill them before they escape, you can get extra weapon upgrade materials. F. Another Molotov for the void. Yeah, Wandering Madness is probably more appropriate. Here we can summon Alfred, if we agreed to, in our discussion with him. Big ones are a pain in the ass. If I had a nickel for every time that one in Nightmare Frontier knocked me off a friggin' ledge, I'd have like 3 nickels. But still, you know. You know what? I'm not going to use pungence. I'm not doing it. I'm an adult. I can do this. I can play video games. That grab attack is nasty. I shouldn't have tried to parry that attack. I absolutely should not have tried to parry that attack. I knew it was the grab, but I was like, yeah, I can parry it. It'll be fine. It'll work. Lamau. If you basically don't just spam heal after it happens, you're kind of dead unless you have like 25 vit. First time playing. I've never fought that boss before. Nice. I forgot how underwhelming the meter buildup is in whip form. It's brutal. In previous builds of the game, I mean, Dark Souls and Bloodborne has always had these kind of fog walls that separate you from the boss and other areas once you've triggered it. But in previous builds in the game, if you watch the Project Beast trailer, I believe, there was messengers popping in and out of the fog walls, which was pretty cool. There we go. Am I dead? I'm dead. I'm dead. It triggered another poison after that? Are you fucking serious? I hit the antidote, and then it immediately poisons me again with the next flurry of attacks. Alright, I guess I'm using punch and blood cocktails, fine. I guess I suck at the game, whatever. Jesus fucking Christ. There's 2 beast blood pellets down the drain. Fucking gotta cheese the boss like a goddamn coward because I suck at it too much. Amazing. This boss is usually free, except the cane is kind of garbage, so there's that. This is what happens when you don't play the game for like 4 months. Yeah, like since before 2042 came out. Lousy boss. How dare you kill me twice? Tomb of Chalice. Ritual chalice found in the Church of the Good Chalice. Used in a ritual at the tomb altar in the hunter's dream to break the seal of the underground labyrinth. Let the chalice reveal the tomb of the gods. Let blood be the hunter's nourishment. And let ye partake in communion. So, before I get into this, I just want to point out that I was watching another streamer do a lore playthrough, and despite the fact that he was doing a lore playthrough, the only justification he had for fighting bosses like Amygdala, Ebrietis, and the Vacuous Rom in the Chalices was that they just didn't have the resources to make new bosses and repeated bosses over and over and over again. Despite the fact that the Tomb Chalice names it as the Tomb of the Gods, Gurman calls it the Tomb of the Gods, and the fact that every other repeatable boss is just an example of bosses we see multiple ofs. Brainsuckers, Celestial Emissary, Bloodstarved Beast, the Tumerian Descendant, and Elders. Those can all be multiple people. But the Chalice dungeons, the labyrinth that is ever-changing deep beneath the earth, is referred to directly as the Tomb of the Gods. So it's not just a burial place for these things. It's also another medium at which they can exist on. I don't necessarily think that the amygdalas that we see all around the world are like multiples of the amygdala that we fight as a boss, because the boss amygdala has like the face tentacles and everything, but I do believe that chalices exist roughly on the same plane as the nightmare and dream worlds that we interact with. So finding these creatures in this place makes total sense in terms of lore, because it's literally referred to as the Tomb of the Gods, you know? So I understand the point that he was trying to make, but I also think that it kind of loses sight of the fact that all of these dreams and nightmares and the Chalice dungeons, and even in the waking world, all of this shit is connected. And that's the conclusion that the choir came to after multiple dives into the dungeons and researches into the cosmos and stuff like that. So when we use these chalices, it breaks the seal of the underground labyrinth and allows us to explore the Chalice dungeons. And the Chalice dungeons are maybe not a direct reference to Mountains of Madness, but the notion of using a tombstone or a grave to go into this labyrinth that is ever-changing. And like the deeper you go, the weirder the shit that you see. It's extremely Lovecraftian. So it definitely makes sense in terms of a lore perspective. And while there may be repeated bosses down there, the reason for why these bosses are repeated is likely important, you know? It's not just a gameplay thing. It fits in with the lore as well. We've got a couple unique statues here. We got this guy with bandages and a stick, looking out to the sky, but his eyes are covered. This guy is kneeling down and prostrating in worship. He also has the same bandages and his eyes are covered. Now typically any statues of women we see throughout the game are usually maidens with their heads covered and they're all praising up to the sky or whatever. But these women do not have their faces covered, and they look up to the sky as well. They also appear to be tending to this ailing statue, who is, if you remember, the statue we have to move to get down into Old Yharnam in the first place. This is basically the exact same statue, and we can even see a very similar depiction at the base of this altar. We have a whole bunch of figures surrounding 3 figures tending to a man or a person swaddled in cloth lying on a table. When we actually visit the Chalice dungeons, we can see like etchings on the wall. It's not the exact same etchings, it actually depicts like people. So when I go into the Chalices tomorrow, I'll show you it and see how the Tumerians may have at one point looked quite human as opposed to their the way that we find them now. There's also a grave in the background. I failed to notice the tombstone the other times. Nothing really of note there, though, I don't think. You can find some antidotes here, and you can even pick these up in the middle of the boss fight if you didn't find any others before. Yeah, like, you could loosely interpret the Chalice dungeons as being like a plane of existence that their consciousness operates on. So it's not necessarily that they exist in multiple places at one time, but it wouldn't be so far off to think that if a Great One dies, maybe they appear in the Chalice dungeons the same way that when we die, we appear in the Hunter's dream, right? Like, if our ability to wake up and die repeatedly in this dream is given to us by the Great Ones, then why shouldn't the Great Ones operate on the same kind of level, you know? And that's a big thing that I think a lot of people don't necessarily grasp about the game. Like, I remember on my first couple playthroughs when I discovered that the Great Ones could die, you know, I thought that was like so fucking, it was such like a grand thing to discover or whatever. But it's not necessarily just that the Great Ones can die. It's that does death even matter to them if they can just die and then wake up somewhere else? You know? If we can do it, why can't they do it? Well, some of the other lesser amygdala, some of them, the eyes don't come out until they use their laser attacks. Other ones, their eyes are just always out all the time. So there's a little bit of a difference there. The boss amygdala, the eyes only appear when they do the laser attacks, as far as I know. I don't really know, like, you know, like, if the Cleric Beasts are higher-ranking members of the church that turn into more grotesque beasts, then maybe the blood-starved beast that we fight here was the figurehead of the Church of the Good Chalice. That wouldn't be so far off to think, right? Because this one and the one that we see in the other cathedral, they're the most transformed beasts in this area. So maybe this one was the church member who was in charge of this cathedral, and maybe the other one that we saw, because you could basically infer that the other cathedral, the one where I dropped the urn down and then it blew up all the dudes, maybe she was just in charge of that cathedral, you know? Yeah, that's an interesting thought. There isn't a statue in that room, but there is the altar that we found the ritual blood on. And the altar we found this on, there wasn't any really like interesting details on it, except for the fact that it almost looks like it was taken up from the Chalice dungeons. Like, it looks very Tumerian-esque, if you will. We can also see a very similar statue in the Witch of Hemwick boss room. So this is in the Witch of Hemwick boss room, and once again we have 3 women in a pyramid formation around somebody who is lying on a bed, and they're all looking up to the skies, right? So I can't necessarily remember a lot of the details about pyramid geometry, but if we look at a lot of religious contexts, you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is a good example. So it's not just that, oh, sacred geometry, man, crystals, man. Like, throughout the ages, especially in a religious or divine context, certain shapes mean certain things. And when we're talking about pyramids, they don't just represent stability and divinity as we look up to their points, but if we invert a pyramid and you think about how it's balancing on the tip instead of at the base, it can represent instability and chaos as opposed to order, you know? So, while I'm on the subject of pyramids and all that sort of shit, I'm going to be doing a playthrough of Control sometime soon, I hope. And even if you guys aren't interested in like superhero games or whatever, the story and thematic elements in Control that I learned helped me understand a lot about Bloodborne. So I'm definitely eager to get back into that at some point soon, especially now that I've played Alan Wake and I have a lot more context for that stuff as well. Yeah, Control is easily my favorite game over the last 5 years. Keeping in mind that Bloodborne came out 7 years ago now. Yeah, Control is absolutely fantastic, and in my eyes, Sam Lake is right up there with Hidetaka Miyazaki in terms of world building and lore and story implements and stuff like that. Like, Sam Lake is basically Finnish Hidetaka Miyazaki as far as I'm concerned. They're right on the same level. Alright folks, I am losing my fucking voice, and I usually try to do just a few areas at a time when I'm on these lore playthroughs. Streaming for 5 hours I think is enough. I have to do a lot of talking on these lore playthroughs, so I'm going to call it a night for now. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern to continue the run, and hopefully we can make it up to at least ROM tomorrow, and possibly even beyond. I'm also going to start off tomorrow by going into the Chalice dungeons, and going into the Chalice dungeons this early is a bit of a slog, I'm not going to lie. It's pretty brutal. I'm definitely going to need to upgrade my weapon a little bit before I go. So yeah, Fausti, Dynamic, Nerdy, Morty, Ollie, thanks again for the raid, Making the Trunk, nice meeting you, man. And if you're new here, please smash the follow button, because I'm going to be doing a lot of lore playthroughs leading up to Elden Ring. And when I'm on my Elden Ring playthrough for the first time, I will also definitely be focusing on the lore. So who the fuck am I going to send you to? Who do we got playing Bloodborne today? Who do we got playing Bloodborne? Is there anybody who's not a VTuber streaming Bloodborne? And once again, thank you all for hanging out. It's not just fun to talk about the story, it's fun to share the story with other people and help them understand it more. And I feel like every time I do one of these playthroughs, somebody in chat says something that helps me learn more about, you know, my own vague perception. So, thank you all so much. I can't really see anybody streaming Bloodborne that I want to host, so I think I'm going to send you all over to my boy Dreklo. I know I've been hosting him a lot lately, but he's a good streamer and he deserves it. And if you like Battlefield, definitely check this guy out. He plays other games too. He doesn't just stream Battlefield, he streams a lot of other stuff. And yeah, he's the man, so I'm going to send you over to him. Have a good night, everybody. Peace out. How do I... Bam, there we go. So yeah, have a good night, I'll miss you, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow.